Morning.
Welcome to our first CTA Board Retreat. This is a gathering and one we've all looked forward to for some time, and I'm thrilled that we're finally here. As a board, we've expressed the need for an opportunity like this, a chance to step away from the structure of our regular meetings and dedicate time to reflect, evaluate, and strategize together. Today is about more than just discussion. It's about connection and growth. This retreat provides us with the space to examine how we operate as a board, identify ways we can strengthen our processes, and ensure that we're supporting our leadership team in the most effective way possible. By doing this, we're not only enhancing our internal effectiveness, but we're also recommitting our shared mission of serving the public with excellence and integrity. I encourage everyone to bring an open mind, along with a collaborative spirit, to our conversation. Let's use this time to be thoughtful, open, forward-thinking as we lay the foundation for an even stronger and more cohesive board. Thank you for getting up this morning and coming. It's a cold, you had a cold Chicago excuse. I thank all of the board members as well as a team of supporters here that helped to facilitate this together. Thank you very much for coming. Give a special note to April, who, sort of back this. Thank you for pulling this together. But we're excited about why we're here today. With that, I'd like to turn this portion over to Acting President Nora Learson for remarks, followed by our retreat facilitator.
Mr. Chairman, if we may call the roll.
Please call the roll.
Director Director Roberto Requejo.
Present.
Director Rosa Ortiz.
Here.
Chairman Lester Barclay.
Here.
Director Bernard Jakes. We'll note for the record that Director Bernard Jakes is absent. Director Michelle Lee.
Present.
Director Michael Eady.
Here.
Director Nima Jah. We'll note for the record that Director Nima Jah is absent at present, but she is expected. Thank you, Chairman Barclay.
Nora.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, Directors. Really nice to see you in a new setting and on a new day. I think what makes something like this even more meaningful is the time we're in. These are no ordinary times for our agency and our industry. And so this type of conversation and thinking of how we can best support one another is a really unique opportunity that I'm really looking forward to observing and being a part of. I know the staff component in particular is going to invite collaboration and discussion and activity in a way we don't always have the opportunity for. So really looking forward to that and all the discussion today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and members of CTA staff. Acting President Learson, congratulations, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm John Lewis with Transpro Consulting. I'm going to start off this morning, but first I want to introduce my colleague, Aaron Bingaman. Aaron, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thanks, John. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all. It's been a great joy to collaborate with Ms. Morgan in this agenda. John and I look forward to getting to know you all, working with you all today, as well as staff. We'll have some specific input on a couple different topics. My personal why is helping leaders and organizations become the best versions of themselves. That's why I get up every day. That's what brings me joy. Began my careers in public service, former chief executive of a transit agency like John, and have been in advising and consulting for the last 12, 13 years. I know I started when I was like 10. So, but excited to be with you all today. John, thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. John Lewis, once again. I've been with Transpro Consulting as a principal for 2 years. I've been in public transit for a little over 20 years. Started my career at MTA in Baltimore, and after that I had the honor and privilege of leading transit systems in Richmond, Virginia, Orlando, Florida, and most recently in Charlotte, North Carolina. At TransPro, we like to talk about our why. And we're going to take you through a why exercise. That's why you have all of these photos around the room. You're probably wondering why this is here. But as Aaron talked about his why, just want to give you a little brief, I'm going to keep it really brief, story of my why. Growing up, both my parents worked. Mom was an elementary school principal. My dad was a pastor of a church, so always in the community. My grandmother lived with us and took care of me, myself and my younger sister and brother. My grandmother never learned to drive a car, never had a driver's license, but she depended on the Maryland Transit Administration and bus public transit to get around the city of Baltimore. There was nothing that she couldn't do and nowhere that we couldn't go without public transit. Little did I know as a youngster that I would go into public transit. So everything that I do, everything that I talk about in relation to public transit, I do so in thinking about my grandmother standing on a bus stop corner waiting for a bus or at a light rail station waiting for a train. And that has always been my why and my driving force in public transit. So that's my why. We'll talk about yours in a minute. So at TransPro, we work with our public sector clients in driving transformative performance for our clients. We have three business lines: our consulting line, our executive placement line, and our TransDash line, which is our performance monitoring and reporting platform. Essentially, we are transit people helping our clients transform their agencies. I remember trying when I left public service a couple of years ago, my youngest daughter asked me, "So what do you do as a consultant?" And I really had to think about it for a minute. And then finally it came to me. I said, the easiest way, we help our friends solve problems. And so that is what I always think about when asked about what we do. And we help our friends across the nation solve problems through each of our three business lines. And we're so pleased to be with you here this morning to help drive the agenda for the CTA moving forward. So our agenda today, we're going to go through quickly. We started off with a welcome. We're going to go into our why exercise. We're going to have a break at 10. Then we're going to turn over to CTA staff to take you through a presentation on transit-oriented development. Then they're going to talk a little bit about the customer journey. We're going to step aside for lunch. The board is going to have executive session. Then we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to go through best practices discussion and board governance at 1. At 1:30, we're going to talk about some board policy opportunities. We'll take another break. Then we're going to come back and talk about defining success in governance from a board perspective. Then we'll go through the 2025, help you develop your board work plan. And then we'll end the day at 4:15 with closing remarks and a TransPro staple, one-word close. That's our agenda. We promise as facilitators to keep you to the agenda. We're going to be great users of your time. We're going to stick to the time clock. That's our promise to you. In order to do that, to meet our promise, we promise you we're going to start and end on time. We want you to be present. And the only way to accomplish that, and what we say within TransPro and to all our clients, let's be transparent. Don't be afraid to be honest and transparent. Say here what you would say at the dinner table to your colleagues, and friends if you were sitting around a restaurant, sharing a meal, having dinner. We're not going to be successful if we're not going to have honest and real conversation. If you're going to step outside and say something different that you wish you would have said today. If we can't be honest and transparent today, we're not going to end up reaching your goals for that. And so say what you would say at home and let's do good work today. With that, goals for today's workshop. So objectives for today, the roles of the board in driving a strategic agenda. We're going to take you to a conversation of best governance approaches to serve the agency, help you develop the 2025 work plan for the board, and support of the transition the agency is going through from a leadership standpoint. And then work with staff. You're going to go through some conversations of transit-oriented development and the customer journey. We've got an ambitious agenda for today. As we mentioned earlier, we're going to stick to the time agenda and have open, honest, and transparent conversation. So we sent out a survey to board members earlier. Thank you for participating in that. We had 100% participation in that. That really helped us formulate the agenda and what we're going to discuss today. 60% of you said that board governance is your top priority for discussion today. And 8 out of 10, 80% of you said strategic plan is one of the top 2 priorities. So as a board, there is total alignment of the strategic purpose of this board, governance and understanding the strategic plan. We'd have been worried if the top 2 priorities were bus stop alignments and shelters. So it's very clear that the board is aligned on the strategic purpose of the board, and we're going to talk about governance and strategic planning today. Some of the other themes that came from the survey, getting a better understanding of CTA's goals and objectives and how we can meld board governance in to that to support the goals and objectives of the agency, getting a better understanding of the strategic plan of the agency, getting to know one another. Spend good use of your time today, not only in moving the agency forward, but getting a better understanding of each other and what are the individual goals of your fellow board members. What is the long-term strategy of the agency and how you as board members can support and guide the agency towards that end? Safety and security, not surprising, every one of our customers nationwide, that ranks somewhere in the hierarchy of priorities of every transit agency. Not surprising that that is on the list at CTA, and we're going to have discussions on that. And then community engagement. How can you as a board best support the agency, the incoming president? And I'm going to say with an asterisk, please forgive me. We 100% understand at CTA, your executive is a president. If we refer to it as CEO, that is a brain slip for us, but we understand that is the case. But how can you, as the board leadership, best support the leadership of the agency and within the community, but also bringing communities' interests, the community's needs back to the agency and to the leadership of the board so that there's a connection between the two. And so we can talk a little more about that as we move forward. That's what we heard from the surveys, and that's how we built the agenda for today. So I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Aaron. We're going to talk about our why exercise. Aaron?
Appreciate it. Familiar with author Simon Sinek, the motivational marketing author, and he wrote a book called Start With Why, which inspired for us this exercise. Finally going to answer the question of what is the purpose of these pictures scattered around our wall. Simon Sinek did a TED Talk a few years ago and highlighted something within the notion of starting with why around something he called his golden circle. And that it follows the why, how, what principle. Good morning, welcome. A lot of the time when we talk to folks about what we do, we're talking about what we do, right? We could talk about CTA and say, well, we provide amazing bus service, and we provide amazing rail service, and we provide amazing paratransit service and microtransit, and we take people to where they go, right? That's what we do. Sometimes in advertising, think about computers. Somebody can tell you like we've got the best computers with the highest tech and the fastest processing. I'm not a tech guy, can you tell? Fastest processing, you want to buy the computer. And a model in this talk that Cynic uses is Apple, right? Apple talks about changing the world. We just happen to make beautiful computers. Would you like to buy one? So this idea of thinking about why versus what, if you think about how John and I introduced ourselves, we talked very much about our purpose. And Chairman Barclay, you talked in your introduction about just getting to know each other. And so what we want to invite you to do is share your why now, rather than just sit there in your chairs and explain to each other your why. We're actually going to use some of these pictures. So here's the invitation to the room. If you're relatively new to the board, your question is, why did you decide to invest your time in the Chicago Transit Board? If you are an existing member of the board, you've been here for a while, I'll let you decide what a while is. Why do you continue to invest your time, effort, and energy in the Chicago Transit Board? The pictures. So our invitation is for you around the room. Try to collect 3 to 5, not more than 5, 3 to 5 pictures that represent your why. We'll put the flip charts around. You have some tape at each of your stations. Stick the pictures onto the paper, and then we'll have a report out, tell a story using the pictures that demonstrates your why for continuing to serve on this board so we can get to know each other and our purposes behind that. Sound good? Okay. Everybody's clear? Yeah. All right, let's move. I'm gonna start putting the big sheets of paper around, and they're everywhere. Watch out for the cord up here, and if you need help, just holler, all right?
Three to five.
3 to 5, 3 to 5. To be an overachiever with 6, I suppose, that's fine. Oh my gosh, I did.
So you can take it, no, you can, you can share it.
Yeah.
You take it up the back. Come over to share. That was good. In here, see these.
It's a new record for me. My sport coat lasted 45 minutes. plenty of time.
What are we supposed to do with this? Just stick them?
Yeah.
I assumed it.
Stick it out
Yeah.
the thing.
Absolutely.
Does it matter the order or we just?
It's up to you how you want to tell
Oh.
the story.
Okay, all right.
I mean, we are gonna, analyze you psychologically based on.
No judgment.
Are they making a shape? Are they in a line? Are they triangle? All right, how do you want this one?
This one's. Okay, hold on, I gotta see them all first.
All right.
Because I just
Lay them
randomly
out,
picked them.
lay them out. Random?
I mean, you
No,
know.
we want intentionality here.
That's what I'm saying. How do I tell a story?
Oh, are we? I don't. I'm not sure.
I think I'm ready. But this is it.
It's supposed to go in the wall, isn't it?
We'll hold them up and then we'll hang them on the wall. So, yeah, so you're gonna, well, actually, yeah, why don't you go ahead and put them on the wall? Know which one's yours, right? Put them on the wall behind us there you go. Cool.
These two at the top, this one in the center and this one at the bottom.
Okay, so like.
Yeah.
That.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right, see how it goes.
Which story?
Making it up.
That's, as a team years ago. First thing is everybody, yes, of course that, but then how everybody. All right. The Central Indiana Regional Transit.
Learning that all these places. have transit.
Yeah. More tick,
I didn't have.
it's right here. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Jump too low for one.
I think you're asking only one.
Your name's on the front of your, right next to your name tag, just kind of hanging over the edge there. I'm famous for misspelling Michael. Your name's spelled E-H-R-E-N, you get particular about spelling. Oh, look at that, you drew a heart.
Yeah, can I borrow a red marker? or-
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
I've been creative over there.
Oh, man, red marker learning stuff.
You know.
Heart, yeah.
Thank you.
Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews.
Thank you.
Too soon? Is that too soon? All right. Say?
Yep.
All right. Okay, since you're still standing.
Okay.
2 or 3 minutes. We've got plenty of time, I think, in this section. What is your why for serving on the Chicago Transit Board?
Thank you. Again, I'm Rosa. And there's a couple of reasons. I'll summarize it tightly, hopefully. The first reason is because I love our city, so that's what the heart stands for. We're an amazing city. I think we've shown that to be a leader, not just, to our people in our communities, but across our country. I love the city because of our people and all that our potential and all that we are. The second reason why I serve is because as an urban planner, I recognize the vital organs of our city, and transit is one vital organ to make our city function. So that's why this one's here. I was looking for a woman in healthcare or a woman of color in healthcare, but I couldn't find one. So that was why I drew more stuff to that. So I feel like it's really a vital piece of our city and how our city functions. So that's my second why. And my third why is because I feel it really is a way of connecting our city. It's a way of all of us coming together, both physically through transit, but also by connecting us to services, needs, social environments, and all that we need to thrive. So I'll leave it at that. Those are my 3 whys. Any questions, thoughts, or ideas?
Questions, thoughts for Ms. Rosa? You went first. You get a biggest round of applause. So thank you. Awesome.
Call me Rosa, not Miss Rosa.
All right. Who's feeling it? Who wants to go next? That was an ideal model, by the way. That was like, she nailed it. So the expectation, the standard is,
I can go next.
yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nima Jha. I think the first and foremost, they're not in the order of priority. So I don't know why I did it this way. I think this is my first why.
Can you describe the photo? I can't see, sorry.
It's got someone pulling somebody up the hill.
Okay.
I think this has been my life. I'm an immigrant. I come from a family of women that weren't allowed to be at the workforce. I'm a first generation educated girl in my family. So I think part of why I'm here is to use that power that I have, give back. And my background is in technology. So I think the best way for me to do that is to bring my expertise into transit to make it better than how we found it. I think technology is a great enabler to bring innovation. And I think that's the biggest thing that I think I bring to the board. And I've lived in the city for almost, 15, 18 years now. This is home. My daughter is born here. And I think part of why Chicago is so important in the transit system, it's I think is the center of everything we do. It moves us. And I want it better for our children and for the next generation. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Sorry, I was writing, I was scribing. Yeah.
Let's go next.
I'll go.
All right.
Wait a minute. We got to give her a round of applause.
Okay, all right. All right.
On Saturday morning, you should at least get some applause for coming on a Saturday morning. All right. Thank you, Nima. That's a question. Are you good, Michael?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let it rip.
Think I'm the newbie on the my why. I think I got it in order of priorities. Number one, I'm a native of Chicago. Okay, born and raised right here, and I was listening to John. He's giving his early experiences my earliest experience on CTA was with my grandmother. And she used to have to tell me not to talk so much. Everybody that came on the bus, I was engaged in every conversation. I mean, it was just a natural, okay? And then the second thing that stands out in terms of my lived experience was my mother put me on the bus first time by myself at 7 years old, different period of time. Now I'm 73, so you know how long ago that was. And put me on the bus, go to church, and it was church about a mile away. Went there. I'm thinking I'm doing all this by myself, you know, she gave me the token. I didn't know my dad was trailing the bus. So I got off at the right spot. And then another experience was during the time going to school, the bus, I would get into a particular car on the train. That was my study room. I'm saying all of that to say the experience on the bus was far more positive than I think experiences are today. And so for me, I'm taking opportunity to any way that I can to possibly recapture any of that, some of that, and even upgrade that in terms of what a person's experience should be on public transportation. It shouldn't be a kind of a coin toss. You don't know exactly what the day is going to bring or how it's going to impact you, you know, like a risk of traveling. That shouldn't be. There should be something more pleasant. So I want to take opportunity to have impact in maybe helping to recapture that, but also opportunity to facilitate opportunities in terms of personnel, in terms of business, as in terms of contracts or what have you, that because it's about moving people around. And people have to move around. People have to get from one part of the city to the other. People are going to work, they're going to school. People are doing business. I can remember early on as a young entrepreneur, I transported inventory from one part of the city to the other on the train. And so I'm here in any way I can for an upgrade. And lastly, that we do all of whatever we do and keep people safe.
Thank you so much.
All right. I guess I'm going next.
All right, Michelle.
Next door here. So first photo that I have is kind of like a medical photo. And part of my why is part of my mom. Like she rode the bus all the time to all of her appointments and she didn't drive. And I just wanted to make sure that, you know, my mom could get with, you know? And so, and the second photo that I have is a person kind of looking at the cityscape. The feeling of wonder when you just explore a new city is so like freeing, and you know that feeling of like you can just go places and be. That's a feeling that I have when I ride the CTA, and I want more community members to have that, and people who travel here and just to see and experience Chicago. Third photo is kind of a connection photo because I believe that transit, it really is part of the community and connects folks, not just to places, but to each other. I take the bus to see my mom all the time, and like I'm sure, you know, people take it to see their loved ones and to go to school, go to work, but also just to be part of the community and live their lives. And the last photo is kind of like a building together photo, like construction. I see what we're doing here, everyone in this room, we're building transit together and we're doing something that hasn't really been done before. This is a new year. There's a lot of different challenges this year, but the why is it's a cool problem because it's a new problem, and I think we can do that together. That's my why.
So the chair can close the session. Just like, Rosa, I am an urban planner. Actually, we started school same day. And one of my first friends in Chicago, I'm an immigrant too. Have relied on public transportation all my life, in Spain and here. And that has allowed me to get to places and places of privilege, right? That allow me now to speak for other people who are not at the table. And like other folks here who have talked about opportunity, I feel that those of us who have had that opportunity should extend it to the ones on Black woman kissing what could be her child. And I chose that one because it's such an expression of love and safety and peace of mind. And that's what I would aspire for people to feel in public transportation. And that is not the case today, unfortunately, because of our safety issues and others that affect especially people of color, women, LGBT folks, etc. So number one, why for me is to see this happen in our trains and our buses and this feeling to be across the system. Second picture is an essential worker because I consider, and I think you'll agree that our frontline operators are essential workers and demonstrated that throughout the pandemic and every day. And my second why is that, I want to make sure that they feel proud and safe and that they are as peaceful in mind as the first picture. I stole this picture from Michelle. So I encourage you guys to include more people with disabilities in the pictures selection because there are folks whose only option is public transportation, right? And so when I think about public transportation accessibility, I think, and this is something I learned from the disability community, if it works for them, it works for everybody. We all benefit when we make things accessible. A lot of our system is, and a lot of our system is not. And so it's important to me, my why is to make sure that all of our stations, buses, etc., are accessible. This picture is a picture of high rises. I'm proud of being a Chicagoan. I consider Chicago a global city. You cannot be a global city without a global city public transportation system. So I chose this picture because I want the proper funding and the proper status of public transportation so we can compete with other places. And the final picture is this picture of an airport, because I believe that if we put all of this together, more people will move into Chicago and make us better and bigger. Unfortunately, the situation these days is the opposite. We have a lot of people leaving the city in part because they don't have in their neighborhoods the resources that they deserve and need, one of them being proper public transportation. So my final why is to make Chicago a place where people want to move to and live their lives like I did.
It's about family and families that depend on public transportation. I'm first generation American, well, and parents of immigrants, son of immigrants. And we depended on transportation. There were 11 kids in our family. So 13 people, one station wagon that worked sometime. Public transportation was our lifeline. And so I love cities. I've lived in a number of cities over my life, and I think that cities have a flair that, there's a vibe there that's that public transportation is very important to get people where they need to go. This looks like some chain links or something. When I was a kid, we used to go L riding. We paid a fare, go from one end of the city to the other. That's right. Never pay a second fare. Transfer, go in the other direction. Spend the whole day exploring the city. It linked us to communities that were different than ours, the smells, the sounds, the people. But it was a way to explore the city in ways that was cheap and could satisfy your curiosity. I'd love to live there someday. The other reason is the quality of service that I think I want to see us have. I wore a CTA uniform when I was in college. And some of you have heard my story, but I remember the gentleman had trained me who said, you know, get here on time, work hard, and do your job well, and someday you might be chairman of the board. I was just trying to get some money to get back to college. But I saw the quality of service that the rank and file offered. They cared about people. They were courteous, said good morning to people, you know, have a good day to people. And I saw how that could impact somebody's life who had a bad day at work that day, right? Or might have a bad day at work. But lastly, what I see here are 3 trophies that when people work together, when this board works together, we're all winners. But most importantly, the citizens of our great city are all champions as well if we effectively do our job to basically make sure that we safeguard their safety is up for first and foremost, that the quality of service that we offer to them, we take care of business, then we all win. And so that's my story.
Fantastic. Everybody went, right? Thank you for your vulnerability. I think those were interesting stories. I'm curious, what did you learn from each other? What did you hear that maybe surprised you didn't know as a team? Anybody have anything in common?
Most of us, I think, were driven by common sense of making this better for the community.
Yeah.
I think that's been fairly, I don't know if I was surprised by any of that, but I think all of us want to do better. All of us want to contribute towards that and be part of the change that we can bring to the future of transit.
There's a commitment to the upgrade of Chicago in the sense of the services it provides, or one of the services it provides. And I think each of us want it to be quality. You know, we want it to be the very best it can be.
I'm encouraged by the sense of collaboration that I'm hearing from everyone. So, I mean, not surprising, but it's just nice.
Validating.
Yeah.
Right? There are things that can be unspoken, but it's really nice to speak them. There's things I know John knows. He's really experienced, but I still say them to him because I want to make sure we have clarity of those expectations. You know, one of the things to think about, right? We can say, well, this was a nice exercise and we had our pictures and Rosa drew a heart and it was a really nice picture, right? But the reality is, in sharing your why and the clarity of that purpose, this is something you can refer to later.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Remembering and assuming good intentions when maybe we're at odds. We can want the same thing, we can want the same destination, but we may not agree on how we get there from a policy perspective. You know, let this be a reminder to you in terms of the things that you all have in common that you really, really care about as you do hard things. This is not an easy job, right? Worst part-time job in the world. No, I'm kidding. But, you know, you're really leaning into something that's incredibly important that you all clearly understand the impact that has on people's lives. And I think that that's really, really valuable. So invite you to lean into the words that you used with each other. Remember that, assume those good intentions. Remember that when we're working through tough stuff together to make it better than how we found it, which was a significant theme I heard loud and clear throughout the course of what you shared. So again, thank you for your vulnerability and authenticity. We're running a few minutes ahead at this point. We're supposed to break at 10. We're good to break now. I want to give CTA staff as set up for the next section. So everybody's good with that break. We'll take 10.
Yep.
Time is it? I left my watch.
It's 9:40.
9:40, so try and be back at 9:50. All right, 9:50, we'll be back. And
Refreshments in the room behind the partition. So.
Which I think is a nice intersection of a lot of the things that staff has been thinking about and the board has been thinking about. And we want to have a conversation on how we start to move forward with transit-oriented development, starting to think through what is our role going forward? Because we have had a lot of success with TOD, but we also think there's opportunities to evolve it, grow it, improve it. And so we want to have that conversation with the board today. The second activity is going to be a customer mapping persona building. So we're going to be talking about the various customer types that we have. Talk about all of the interactions that they have with CTA throughout their journey on CTA. And really, we define that journey well before they even board CTA. We define that journey when they started to think about taking a trip. So we'll go through that second. So we're going to start with TOD, then we'll go through customer journey. And the goal of this is we really want to be interactive. We want to make sure that this is an opportunity for us to have a discussion and really get feedback from you all on TOD, feedback on the customer journey, the personas, the type of projects and programs that you want us to prioritize as a staff. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. I'll have maybe just have everybody introduce themselves quickly, and then we'll turn it over to Kara and Bill to start the presentation.
Denise Barreto, I am the Chief Equity and Engagement Officer. Glad to be here.
Good morning, Kara Bader, VP of Strategy and Innovation.
your Chief Infrastructure Officer.
Great. So really for this discussion, there are very few slides. We're going to try to do as little talking at you as possible, but really have a discussion of how the board would like to see the pieces of the puzzle of TOD and CTA fit together. We'll do a little bit of sharing out of analysis that we've done over the past year or so of some of the historical barriers CTA faces to being a more proactive driver of TOD, and then discuss the board's vision and objectives and help get a steer of how we should be thinking about piecing the puzzle together going forward. You know, just a little bit on the why, and I think everyone shares this here, so I don't think it'll be surprising. You know, we deliver the transit and transit-oriented developments, and dense walkable communities enable car-free mobility, which is a great lever for transit ridership. Even more directly in our mission statement is that we link people, jobs, and communities. And fundamentally, that is also what transit-oriented development is about. And so you can't really have one without the other. You know, it's important to recognize that since around 2020, the city itself has also embedded equity as its guiding framework for the way that it thinks about transit-oriented development. And this is no surprise, you all have actually been very involved in that work. So I think as the city has shifted from seeing transit-oriented development sort of happen in the wild to promoting transit-oriented development as an equitable strategy, I think that will really start to underpin a lot of the discussion and how we talk about CTA's role today. So just a reminder, we're not new to transit-oriented development. CTA has done a lot of good work in this space. Just an example of some of the projects that are ongoing, some of the developments we've participated in. I think Bill will probably talk a lot about these as examples of how we think about some of the dimensions of the work going forward. But I think one of the first areas we wanted to start was with a little bit of fact finding. I think oftentimes people have come to CTA and said, you know, why aren't you leading the development? Why aren't you the driver of this? Why aren't you the owner of the lot doing an RFP for incentives, seeking credits, et cetera? Also, you know, I started here about a year ago. I also was asking those questions. So I think some of the discussion today, we want to share some of the fact finding we did. I think there's probably three barriers, and we'll take questions. And I think Bill's a good person to ask how have these manifested in projects that we've done, because they really show up in almost every project we've participated in. One that's not well known is there's sort of statutory restriction in the MTA Act, which is our enabling legislation, that really restricts CTA's ability to acquire and maintain land solely to uses that directly support the provision of the transportation services. So what does that mean in non-legal language? Because I am not a lawyer. It means if we own a lot, we have to basically be using it for providing transit. And that would be a lot that then is next what our station is on. It could be staging for a major project, but we can't just hold land for the purpose of potentially thinking about future opportunities or partnering on a project. There's also restrictions within FTA guidelines, and federal funding underpins many of our projects, that if an asset is acquired with federal funding, it's required to be disposed of at the highest price. So when we do acquire land for the purpose of major projects, the expectation has historically been that when we're done with it, we'll sell it off with a competitive RFP at market rate. The FTA did release guidance in the past few years that would allow more flexibility when that property is disposed for the purpose of developing affordable housing. But how that translates to specific projects is still in flux. Literally, we're going through it with some of our projects today. And then CTA's own PPMPs, which are our procurement policies and procedures. Maybe can check me if I'm wrong on that acronym. Our internal policies that the board has backed require us to dispose of land in a competitive RFP. And so that in and of itself is an impediment in thinking creatively often or donating land for the purpose of a development. So maybe I'll just stop there if there's any questions about that.
Yes. More of a comment part question, but I know that I've talked with RTA and they've said that there would be no problem in obtaining legislation that they would support that expands the authority under the MTA to allow us more flexibility here. So I think that is something that we should explore so we can at least eliminate that impediment. I think that when I came to the CTA and this subject came up, it was we're in the transportation business, not in the development business. And so I think that it's critical that because all over the country, everybody's doing this. So it's nothing new. And so I think that we're lagging behind instead of finding creative ways to do this. All these things we can work through, get around some of them. But I think we don't have a effective plan doing this. I don't see this as being a priority for us. But I also see this as a mechanism that can change the face of communities. I sit on the Plan Commission and I see what's going on with the city and with the developers. And they are working together to find the synergy to get these TOD projects done. And I see us as lagging behind.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, your point is well taken on that. And we've spent some time, Kent's staff has gone through the legislation. I mean, Denise can add in.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you remember a year ago for Requejo and Edie, you guys weren't here, but the last time that I sat before the board giving a public, I talked to you about what our objectives were and what our outline. And one of the 3 objectives last year in all of our legislative work was to start to breadcrumb the ability for the CTA to have other streams and ways of revenue. So just want to remind you that we spent the majority of the 2024 lobbying season starting to talk about this in a way that was comprehensive in all of our legislative objectives, but the objective of giving us the ability to have more flexibility was there. So just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Certainly, I think the easiest of all these us to evolve is the PPMP, right? Those are our policies, procedures, and it's a matter of us as an agency saying, this is important. We want to make this decision going forward, and we want this type of opportunity and flexibility. And this is the guardrails we want to put around that to manage it going forward. As you all experienced, anytime we dispose of property, we come to the board for permission, right? Okay. So, I mean, there's ways we can work together to create mechanisms for those things about how we deal with these things. And
And there are things we have, as we talk through some of these ideas and concepts and where we've been, and Director Vaqueo, you and I have had this conversation because you've been along on the ride for a long time, right? And how we've evolved as an agency and our willingness or our creativity around some of these things, but how we can structure within the boundaries we have today. But there are some limitations.
So this is very helpful. If I want to join the chairman in encouraging everyone to think about, when you think about the current state and just start with CTA faces barriers and legislative barriers, that's not what I would put there as a first slide. I would start with what the chairman mentioned, which is the mindset of the agency. You know, historically, how old is the statute, that MTA Act? 1940? Okay, 1947, right? A lot of people weren't even here. And so it's a long time, right? And so the fact that we are in the first quarter of the 21st century just now, you know, exploring this, and it says something about what the agency traditionally has been, which for better or for worse, I remember my first conversation with an executive of CTA when we presented our coalition, presented the idea of a plan for ETOD in Chicago. And the executive said, our job is to move people from A to B. Right? And a lot of other agencies think that's their mission, but that is not who we are now, I hope, right? So I think the first barrier here is changing the mindset of the agency from that to this, not the legislation. That's the second or third problem, because once you have the mindset, then all of this, you have your board behind you and you have the advocacy world behind you. And the second thing, the other barrier, and this is not CTA, is this is a city and a country that is built around cars, right? And very hostile to transit, to pedestrians, to people in wheelchairs, all of that. And that's the second big barrier, right? And we talked about this before. We talked about CDOT, IDOT not being at the table, et cetera. So to me, those two are the biggest barriers. These are technical barriers. The other two are adaptive barriers. That is a change in values, require a change in mindsets, requires a change of who we are, right? So I wanted to point that out because all of this here is helpful for the technical part, but I don't see this as the big barrier. The big barrier is I would love to see the agency out there being a lot more vocal about how hostile everything is for your bosses in this town, right? Like number one. And two, how difficult things have been traditionally when you want to do something innovative around transit in the city. So just wanted to point that out. Is this resonating with?
Yes, okay.
No, yeah.
It's not a lecture, it's more of a.
No, I think, so the next few slides that we'll go through actually are really about this, like, how do we get to mindset change? So I'm really glad that you are here because that's where we're going, but I don't want to jump ahead of anyone else having comments.
Yeah.
I mean, I absolutely support the fact that we, first of all, have to have clarity in terms of what do we stand for. And if we're having someone come and talk to the executive team, and if the response is what you got, yes, we do move people. But as an organization, are we ready to say that's not all we do? That needs to come from top down. Every messaging needs to incorporate that, right? And I do think that it's high time that we kind of look at the community holistically. And I think transit is the central bloodline of the city functioning well. And look at all of the components around it that requires for it to function well. So I wholeheartedly agree that, but I think that it needs to come from acknowledging it first and saying that we are not just about moving people. Like, we stand for these values, and this is because once you make that public, then you can have a conversation. Okay, how do we manage that? And so I think I'm fully in alignment with what you were saying.
So I think I'm triple in alignment.
I think we're all like, as a board, I think we're all on the same page here. I don't think there's any disagreements that this has been part of, I think we've talked about it. We talked about it last year when we were going through the RLEs, like, how do we make that? But we have never had like a deep dive conversations around how do we make that a reality.
Okay, because we're gonna dive deeper.
Yeah, and
We're like right now, which is good. I'm excited. Everyone's in the right.
You're like 2 slides ahead of us here now.
And I think that's what we're also hearing too, and I think, it's not, we're talking TOD, we're talking ETOD, but what I think we're all starting to think of is we have to change our policy approach, and we should no longer think of ourselves as a transportation company. We should think of ourselves as a mobility organization, and, a community, that lifeblood, that lifeline that you talked about. And I think TOD is a great place for us to start. But as we start to think about how do we address micromobility and think about our relationship with rideshare and think about our relationship with Divvy and scooters and think about all of those others, I think, we are all working together to see how do we evolve that relationship and really do take that mindset of we're no longer a transportation company, we're a mobility organization. And I think that's the push-pull that we're all moving towards. And so I think TOD is a great place to start. And sorry, Kara, I know exactly where you're going. So, but I think I just want to reflect back that we hear you, and I think we're starting with TOD, but I think we probably could have this discussion on how we utilize the street, micromobility, rideshare, all of that.
Well, and I think it permeates everything too. I'm here, this is my 80th week. I know everyone hates my countdown too bad. But in my 80th week, I came here thinking about the role that CTA plays, which is we are at the heart of caring for people in the region. If there's an ecosystem of caring for people, we're the artery of it, we're the heartbeat of it. And I came in that's where I'm at. I know that that's where my peers are. That has not necessarily manifested quite externally, but I think you absolutely, like, we're all right with you. And that evolution of how we get there and how we talk about it is also where we are. So I just want you to know that is heard, felt, and even acted upon before you maybe have seen it.
So I think what we want to do in the next couple of slides is, you can tell we're all really excited about this topic, but we don't necessarily want the pivot for CTA to just be saying TOD all the time, right? Like, it can mean a lot of things. It doesn't, we want to get to what's CTA's guiding framework for how it approaches TOD, and what does that mean with respect to our community partnerships? What does that mean with respect to technical tools? And so I think we'll start to go through that and get your input on how we define it so that we can come back sort of with a more holistic view. I want to start somewhere very familiar, and I want to indicate that in a few of the conversations, right, Director Riccio has shared the slide with us, really pushed CTA staff to think beyond this service that we deliver as we're talking about, but what is CTA bringing to the community and how are we approaching partnership? Writ large on many topics, but I think with this topic, as we've all said, it's really foundational to defining how we can engage with community and what we can offer them and how we are a partner. And thinking about that on a spectrum, that partnership has historically been, we're delivering this to you. Here, take it. That can sometimes be hostile. That's not a partnership. That's saying we do what we do and you're either on board or you're not. I think we recognize that that's not who CTA is. That's not our purpose. That's not how we want to show up. And so we need to be thinking about how we do show up to invite that partnership, to allow ourselves to build strong foundations, to allow ourselves to be a lever for our residents, the people that you all talked about at the beginning of the day, the people that are why we do this, to feel that CTA is for them, to feel like what we're bringing is partnership and what we're building is trust. And so I share the slide because we don't need to go through every step. It's a recognition that I think in this issue and many others, we really are trying to think about how we build foundations that are getting more towards that community partnership, community ownership, and CTA being at the table with others as opposed to sort of a one-way street.
So what's the purpose of this slide?
Can I ask Director Riccio to potentially chime? I won't do as good of a job as you, but I think that I think it shows that the idea of partnering with community, especially when you are in the public sector, can exist on a spectrum And if you aren't thinking about your end goal in terms of what community can do in terms of that partnership, if they have a voice to even veto sort of your proposal, if they're given parts of it to shape, if they're driving the vision, you can be farther on the spectrum versus not.
So where do you put CTA in the spectrum?
I think that would be a question, actually, I would ask you all in terms of the concept of transit-oriented development. Where do you think CTA should be on the spectrum? Because I think that's where we're starting to define certain choices might allow us to be, for example, in a tokenization place, right? Like we CTA think that a really great development could bring revenue for CTA. And we have a plan and we do a community meeting, and that community meeting's purpose is to drive everyone towards CTA's plan. Like we could prioritize revenue generation and sort of take that approach. I think we could also take different approaches. And so some of showing the slide is I think we want to get that input on what approach should we be taking on these topics.
And we can live in lots of places here too, right? There doesn't mean that we're only ever going to be, and I think that's part of the conversation we want to have. And I think as we've evolved over time, and I go back long enough to Brown Line Capacity Expansion Project. I worked at our real estate department when we acquired the properties for the Brown Line Capacity Expansion Project. I worked in construction when we built the Brown Line Capacity Expansion Project, and I reflect on that one in this conversation as a failure of the agency. We did not do good land management around that project. I will say it. I will say it out loud. I will say it. But also that's a personal reflection for me. So as we do land management on things like RLE and our RPM, you see a very different perspective because I have lived through a failure, right? And I've seen that community evolve. I've heard it back for 20 years back from the community about how we built it, right? And I've seen plenty of small projects that we've had small successes with. I've seen bigger projects we're trying to redefine ourselves on. And we can live in this spectrum in lots of places. Upcoming, we've talked a couple times about underall activation for the RPM where we removed the embankment, right? And that was a very, very driven community process. We had no idea. We just went to the community, said, we got space now. What is it you think you'd want out of it, right? And in the upcoming month, I'm hoping to talk in detail because we're kind of there now. We've got kind of an idea. And we've had other times where we have a very specific budget on a very specific scope project that we have a very fundamental thing that has to happen, and that becomes a much more restrictive thing. And maybe we live in both of those spaces, right? But it is a question of the identity and how far do you want us, what is the spectrum you want us to live in? And where do we want to see most of this? And I think that's the conversation we want to have today is where are your comfort zones on this as a board? Where when we talk about our mission station that we link communities to, is it we define communities, right? Is it we help shape communities, right? Do we change that and how far when we think about successes as an agency, we are, for those who haven't realized that we're a very paramilitary organization, very good at when you say, take that mountain. We're very good at taking a mountain, right? But we also need that defined definition about which mountain it is you want us to take and how you want us to take those things at times. And I think we can put our resources and our energies and our passions behind those things. And
So Director Eady, I saw you.
Well, no, it was just the fact that this is my first seeing this slide, and if it could be enlarged, that would help me a bit. Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't,
Oh, thank you.
I have one copy.
Oh, well. Okay,
Maybe else want my printed
Well,
Okay, we'll make.
yeah,
Can't be for that.
because you were asking about where do we see weighing in? And so first of all, see this.
Yeah, here, I'll give you mine while we make copies. Yeah. You don't need to really clean up. I think part of it is, oh yeah, that is really small. Carl, we're not even, if you're reading from top to bottom, the top column really talks about a different spectrum of how we would set goals. Like what is our goal with respect to engaging community? And from the sort of most unengaged, it would be to keep community out. And when you keep going across the spectrum, it might be placation, which would be, we'll give you the FYI on what we're doing, but we're not even going to come talk to you. In the middle, it might be a more traditional perspective at where CTA often is or has been in the past, which is we'll gather input up front, but then we're probably going to do what we're going to do. As you get farther to the right and involve, collaborate, and defer, we start to get deeper in our goals up front are reflecting the community's needs, right? Starting from the position of the community. going even further right, not only reflecting their needs, but building capacity so that they can be the leader in defining the project, right? Using the community to set the vision and we become an implementer of what the community is asking for. And then fully on 5, we talk about our core goal being fostering that participation through community-driven building process. And not only being a bridge, but when you look down in some 4 and 5, resourcing those processes so that community is propped up and that we're thinking about the fact that our partners might not traditionally have the time to come show up, or they might be sacrificing another opportunity that's their second or third job that they need, that there might not be a community coalition in that area that we're building. And we need to be a partner in helping that coalition develop, that we shouldn't walk into the space and say, oh, great, there isn't an active neighborhood organization, we'll be good, but take an opportunity to say, we know RLE is going to happen. Why don't we take these years to help build that community so that community can be our partner in terms of the voice around this issue? And so I think what part of the reason we want to talk about both the goals is as you look down, it sort of defines the activities that we would say we need to invest in these activities and fund them and make sure they're a part of our process as we think about all of these projects. And so maybe I won't go all the way on the right because I think we can probably agree marginalization and placation won't be our goal. But, you know, we're oftentimes in the middle, which is we're doing public comments, we're doing focus groups, we're doing surveys. But as you get farther to the right, we're talking about tactics that include MOUs with community organizations, sort of documenting those principles up front and ensuring that those principles guide us through the project. We're talking about being a part of community organizing, resourcing it, paying people for their time, which is a topic that we've talked about. And then, you know, in the full community ownership category, as we look down, we're talking about participatory research. So we are in the community researching and building that fact base of community needs. We're talking about participatory budgeting. That might be community looks at early design phases and says, you know, I don't think this is good enough. And if it's going to cost more, CTA, you got to figure it out. So I think that, you know, we're interested in your thoughts on that involvement because it also comes with some risks and trade-offs, right? I think we've all been in meetings where our partners want something and the budget isn't going to be there. And so how do we approach that trade-off? I think there's always cases where we want more and we know that we can't get it. And we want the input on how we approach those trade-offs and how you all think that CTA should show up.
You know, the city has had some success in doing this, Department of Planning. And in my engagement with the commissioner says, hey, we do this. It's working. So why do we need to reinvent the wheel? If there's a model that the city can work with us on to basically ask some of these questions. I mean, if they've done this before and they've had success, I would want to build upon that rather than sort of redefining here we are, because it's like we're losing traction on some of this. And it seems like, you know, the city is a good model in terms of the planning department. They're off and running. And we're lagging behind. I think a couple of months ago, Bill, we invited you to a meeting with the planning commissioner. And her position is, where have you been? Where has CTA actually been in this process? They've indicated that they can help us with the RFPs, you know, whatever is needed in order to move the process along. But if they already have a model, I'd be more interested in building upon that model, tweaking it to some degree, maybe examine it rather than starting from ground up.
I think
A second, please. Carrie, before we go on, there was a really good question that started here and then went there and then went everywhere else. And you paused to see if Roberto wanted to share any more on the slide. Is there anything else that you have on the slide?
I think Kara did a great job. So just quickly to respond to your question about what is the purpose of this slide, right? It's not just to educate people about the different types of community engagement that exist is to put on the table that historically, traditionally, we have lied to community. We have been performative and fake, and we say we want to engage people, right? We have these community meetings, we all have been to those.
Yeah.
Where community shows up, community says a ton of stuff, the people there take the heat or not, leave the room, make some promises that never happen, or don't even respond to that. So the most important role to me of this slide is to start from a place of truth. And that's how you build trust, right? By acknowledging that we have done a horrible job. And I say we because I'm a planner and we've done this too, you know. And then once you resolve and you start working on that trust, this is helpful then to decide, okay, for this project, we're gonna be in community ownership. For this project, we're gonna be in collaboration. For this one, it's gonna be involvement, and be clear with people from the get-go. If it's a survey, it's a survey. There's not gonna be any more than just that. But if it is a community ownership project, it's gonna be looking completely differently. And I'll say that while I have observed the evolution of the city of Chicago in this spectrum here, and fan of the different leaders right now in there, I would like CTA to have their own thing only because mayors change more often than leadership here. So I would like for us to have something that is not necessarily too tied to whoever is the mayor in the city, just so we have that set, and whoever is running Chicago, we are going to be doing our authentic process. So to me, this is a trust building slide, and I want to give credit to the team here because there's only a few folks right now who are willing to do this, who are willing to take the heat being in the middle of an old organization, hierarchical, with a lot of issues, historical issues that doesn't want to acknowledge. So they're trapped between that hierarchy and that history and a community that is tired and exhausted of having these conversations and being betrayed in their trust, right? And so I give you all props for this. I would like to see not just the four of you, but everybody else who report to you, who you are in networks with in the organization, to follow you behind this, because I know you are authentic when you do this, but that hasn't been my experience in the past. So I want to also acknowledge that there's been a change in CTA. It's starting with the leaders, obviously, but we need to now move it. Of course, we need to be behind it and have our own process and be leading in this. And I think it should be, of course, collaboration with DPD and these other agencies, but I also want to see us have our own commitment process that is established as the CTA process and the commitment to the future not being tied to any political environment.
And on that note as well, very finite, second everything you said, I would have loved to have been part of that conversation with DPD. I know the commissioner well, I've known her work. So I wonder if you could just extend those invitations to our board members who might be very much interested in being part of those conversations and contributing with thoughts or ideas, our experience in those specific spaces that could have gone a long way. And just maximizing the resources that we have here. There's so much talent, you heard it, you've known it. So let's just reach out to all of us so that we can all be part of that success and part of that journey. We're all willing and excited to contribute to that effort.
Ask a question. I understand what the spectrum is showing. And I think if I understand it right, we can have a view of it, but as an organization, I think it's important to kind of us knowing where we're starting from. And with any benchmark or any kind of we do this in IT as well when we look at processes and say, are we 5 out of 1 to 5 range? Are we 5? Are we 4, 3? But then there are disciplines where we say we are a 3 and we're happy being a 3. In this space, we don't need to be a 5. And I think it's important as an organization, you're not going to be the best at everything. It's okay though. I think that's right. You're laughing.
But that's a woman issue. But please try to stay away from it. No one's perfect. But I think it's important as an organization for us to at least identify categories in where you can say, I am at 3 and I'm okay being at 3 for this. I am at 1 and we need to move from 1 to 3. And I think we're at 4 and I don't think we need to be at 4 and we need to scale back and be at 3. And I think as an organization, it's important to like, before you set any standards, to say that here's where we're at and here's where we'd want to be. When I look at this, I think I see a lot of the work that we do. I mean, I think at 3 for the most part. It's not a bad place to be. Are there areas that we could do better? I'm sure we can. And then there are some that I think we are at 2, at least my time at the board. I can't speak for history before that. But I do think that there is value in what the chairman is saying and what Director Roqueo is saying. I think there is a path somewhere in the middle here. I think setting that standard internally kind of guides us into, okay, if there is a gap, we need some work. But if there's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel. If regardless of who's leading it, if there are processes that are already working, we should just adopt that and tag us along with that, create that collaboration or integration between the two organizations. And not start from scratch, but have certain standards within the CTA to say for all of these areas, here's where we're going to operate. And when you start seeing gap, when either we are falling behind or going forward, we have a mechanism to then scale back or move forward. And I think that's probably the best way to think about this in terms of, because we don't have unlimited resources. And so that's what I think there's a path somewhere in the middle between what you're saying, what he's saying.
Yeah, and I think just on that path too, I think collectively as a team, we would probably say we would agree with you, Director Ja, that we fall in that that 2 range. I think what we're also looking at too and wanting to evolve is we think we fall in the 2 range, but the community doesn't necessarily think we fall in the 2 range. And I think we have to assess why they don't feel that way, because I think that's also, that's part of the discussion. I think in some areas, they definitely see it, they hear us, but I would say something from when we've been doing some focus groups, the focus groups asked us at the end, what are you going to do with that? Like how is this going to be published? What's the next steps with it? And so I think part of this, and it's reflected in here, and I think that this is a wonderful slide, Director Roqueo, but I also think that we might need to have something that as we think about it, it's not just where do we fall in this consult, evolve, collaborate, but also making sure that when we're looking at this, it's not just we're going to do focus groups, but what's the outcome of focus groups? Do we publish the focus group information? How do we feed that back to the community so that we make sure that that's part of the discussion? We don't just say we're taking the information and we're going to use that to make decisions, that we're also very clear in how what we're doing and what we're asking of you as a community is coming back.
One of the things when you were talking about, this is one thing we've noticed too, we have public comments that come and then there's a ton of issues and we write notes, and when there are topics that are very sensitive, we go back and we're like, okay, can we get more information? Part of being really good at this, obviously, is a communication aspect of it and transparency, which is something we've talked about, is that we need to get better at this, right? So for example, I don't know if it's possible to do it every month when we do public meetings, but even if it's a quarterly thing where we can consolidate all the feedback that you got just from the public comments and say, hey, we've addressed this. You're not able to address this. We're in the process of addressing this. This is not our priority. We're not doing it. So be transparent about what you're working on versus what you're not working on, and make that as an executive summary as part of the president's report. Hey, we heard you the last 3 months. We heard from 5 people that talked about safety. I think just being a little bit more, the president's report every month could be, and this is to you, Nora, is can we be a little bit more focused on all the topics that everybody wants to hear about? And then we're providing some sort of, and that was part of why I raised okay, ADA compliant stations. Even though if it's a repeat, it's like a 1 sentence, you can, hey, we're making progress. And it doesn't have to be every month. It could be quarterly, every 6 months, but there are topics that you hit on that addresses some of these concerns when we say 3, and if my stakeholders think that we are 2, then there are ways how we can address it, and making it more public and transparent is probably one way of addressing some of that.
I'd also like to add, I think at minimum, we should strive for 3. Like 2, in my mind, is unacceptable. Like nobody wants to be tokenized.
Yeah,
So
agree.
at minimum 3, but we should always be striving for, maximum, right? Like I think we can all agree that we want that. So I'm glad that we're acknowledging that y'all feel that we're at 2, because I sometimes we're at 1, 1 to 2. So at minimum 3, I think is where we can set our bar if we want to agree, like here.
Yeah, we have to set a bar and,
Yeah.
and raise the bar we can. Where the resources allow us to raise it.
I think one thing I heard that is really important and what we'll transition to is this concept of authenticity, like what's authentic for CTA. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of good tactics and tools and partnerships, but we need to clearly be showing up louder in this topic and defining our identity. Because I think when we hear EPD feels like CTA is not there, that's deflating because we are there. We're at the table. We're doing so much work, but it's clear that we don't have an identity and we don't show up in a way that is noticed. And that's something that I think is a big priority for us to figure out. And so in some ways we want to ask the board, like, how should CTA show up? What is it that you want people to think of when we show up in the room? I mean, generally, but for this purpose, for transit-oriented development, I had some prompting questions. We don't need to ask all of them, but I'm trying to get input. We're trying to get input on how we define that authenticity for CTA's role in that process. And so if you want to take a minute or two, or some might have immediate reactions, I think I'd like to understand, what do you want our partners to see from CTA as we show up and as we continue? What do you think our partners should be hearing from CTA? And what do you think the big breakthrough would be if we are showing up and heard and we're thought of as, from the commissioner, that CTA was just here from start to finish on this and it was great? We're interested in understanding more, like, what's different in this world when we've managed to define that authenticity and really wear it.
I mean, I want to ask that question to you in terms of the feedback you got. Were you able to have additional detail? Like, we should understand, like, why would someone say that, right? And what specific could you have done or have you not done yet? And I think it's important to have that open dialogue to understand one.
Yeah. Well, I think we haven't been the leader in this area. So we participated, but we haven't taken the lead. And, I've had conversations with President Carter as well about this issue. It's like, why can't we take initiative? Why do we have to wait for the city? And we talked about how there could be intergovernmental transfers of land to be more creative, to get around some workarounds, right? How do we do this? Well, the city's got to do X before we can do Y. It's like, well, why can't we start with X and work with them on Y? And I think it's like, where are we as leaders in this area? These are opportunities to transform communities. The gentleman who did the 43rd Street, I ran into him and he said, hey, he built two towers on our Green Line. And he said, 80% of the people in these buildings take public transportation. They don't own cars anymore. He said, we have parking spaces that we can't rent out because people are like, walk out the door, down the street, I hop on the Green Line. The schedule was in the lobby. That's taking the lead. That didn't cost us a dime for him to develop and build that. But we have to create the kind of climate where we're taking the lead, where we're telling developers, hey, if you come with a proposal, and we have land that's adjacent to our property, that, in the best way, complying with all the legal standards, we will make sure that you can do what you want to do. And so I haven't heard our agency get out there and say, we really support this, we're promoting this. And I submit to you that there's some land on the west side, on the south side, that's relatively inexpensive. It's right next to us.
Mm-hmm.
You could turn it into a park and ride. Every station needs a park and ride, right? Be very convenient, transportation purpose. Not every station, but you know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, if you wanted to hold on to something for a minute and then wait until that time comes and goes to the, you put out RFP, but the city said, we'll help you with RFPs. We'll help you do some of the heavy lifting there. But the bottom line is we have not been a leader in this area. And so we've been more of, yeah, we're at the table, but I want to see the agency lead.
And I'd just like to say, and I appreciate what I'm hearing in light of a certain comfort level around 3, but being in the community, hearing from the community, engaging with community organizations, I think that it would be more welcomed for us to focus on moving more towards even 4. Because community organizations really, they're looking for an authentic partnership. When we say that term partner, take it from me in the community, that doesn't always resonate authentic. All right? That's just like kind of just, pacifying the discussion. And I think that the area of 3 is okay in this regard, but that's where many of the ones in the community view, that's all we've had is a voice, but no action, no follow through. And as Raquel mentioned, many of us have been at these community meetings. A lot of input has been given and great things have been discussed and proposed and say we're going to explore it, and it comes to nothing. And so I think to the chairman's point, there needs to be some movement towards an authentic collaboration and taking seriously what is being proposed by organizations in the community, because they know what is needed. They know what is there. And many times they have the answer, the ideas. But, it's going to take sometimes the resources and the willingness of an entity like the CTA to make certain things happen. So as much as 3 might be okay, it's not enough. It's got to move to 4.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I agree with both comments, right? One, I think residents in those communities in a particular area, everything is so local that I think we really need to be touching base with the communities that are being impacted by this station on this lot in this community. And that really gives us the most genuine, transparent, and very likely most efficient responses to the solutions that we're trying to solve. So I very much second that opportunity to continue to be a collaborative partner. And I would even switch that to a collaborative leader.
That's it.
You mentioned about us taking on a leadership role and thinking through how does our city function? How can we help function better? And with partnerships with DPD, I am fully confident that we can do a lot. Sierra, the commissioner, I think has a lot of great experience in thinking of our entire city. And so I think we're in a particularly good place to be able to push, and maybe not push, but support and nurture and dream into the possibilities of really helping our system be fully functioning in the best possible way with communities, because I really think that that's going to give us the best solutions for our entire city.
Jumping in, your facilitator, you got about 15 minutes remaining on this topic.
Yeah. So I think one of the other things is sort of the concept of TOD has come up most recently regionally. I think a lot of people have also talked about the revenue potential, right? Like, could you become more of a developer that has a financial stake in some of these properties? Is that supplemental income? And so we wanted to get some input because there's a spectrum here of returns, whether that's a financial return or true community return in terms of what we're thinking about maximizing. And then there's also a question of how we engage in thinking about scale. A lot of what we've done in the past is the corridor planning, the project level planning. But a lot of what we've heard today is get really in the weeds, think about the lot that's at California Green Line that's been vacant for a long time and get into that lot level scale. So I think we wanted to get your thoughts on where do you think we should show up in terms of thinking about whether this is a revenue opportunity, whether this is a planning opportunity, and sort of where we might fall in these quadrants. Bill, I know you can speak to the examples of what's on the slide, so.
We tried to.
I turned over.
Stand up just because it's easier. Your question, where have we been in the past? Where do we fall, right? So this, I tried to do my best example of where we have played in this venue in the last, say, 5 years, right? So to the far side, 2525 North Kedzie, for the long time we go. The site, this is the original terminal for the Logan Square line. When it was elevated, it ended there. It was eventually became a series of developments. It was a Banco Popular bank. City Lit Books is on the site. We own the site. It was a fairly large parcel. We had gone out 5 years ago for RFP on it with the developer. We had approval from the board to go to a ground lease to the developer. They had the ground lease and they could not get it zoned in a project through the community. Because they were looking full capacity, no really driven equity component to it, and it failed. It is an individual site. The focus was just on getting rid of the parcel for financial gain, right? On the far side, maximize our returns as an agency so we can fund our core business. It is solely focused on that singular site, right? What we learned, right, is we went back out with the second RFP and we collaborated with housing, we collaborated with DPD, and we worked with them to see what funding they could make available for the site. This was prior to the city actually issuing their equitable transit-oriented development. But we have been working with agencies on this project for a long time. So we took all the goals and all the fundamental language that ultimately became the TOD ordinance and put it in the RFP as the goals for the site, right? And that we were going to reward an RFP based on best value that include financial package plus meeting these fundamental goals, which give you advantage. And we included all the assist agency information in that RFP about how the city was going to support an agency. We came up with a very unique way to get permission from the board because those developers can't actually go talk to any of those assist agencies about getting funding to support that development until they had some guarantee for the site. But we can't give them a guarantee for the site until we have our financial commitment for sale. So we came up with it where the board actually approved a term sheet. Because we couldn't execute the lease until we could actually get them to get their financial commitments because nobody wanted to commit to that, right? So we worked really hard to figure out a way to make an ETOD site available in a way, and we still gained some financial maximization on that process, right? But again, like a lesson learned for us going out and just saying, we're just putting this out to deal with the community. We failed on a site and we had to get in and actively manage how we release that to the community to be able to benefit even financially, right? On this side of the spectrum, right, you have the ROE TSD, which we went, this will be where I get my hurt feelings with DPD's statement. We went and hired a consultant. We went and paid for a DPD staffer because we said we are going to make this historic investment that is going to redefine communities. We need to make sure that the communities are ready to be able to evolve around this investment and be invested in beyond that, right? And so we went up with an extensive 2-year process to develop planning study for the not TOD sites, the corridor around the entire investment. And it is a master plan that went to Plan Commission to be recognized as the plan for this community to take forward that development. And it actually won awards for its investment level. But this was not about financial returns. We have very little other than our sites themselves that are some. This was looking at the whole spectrum. This is, Mr. Chairman, well, there's land next to stations. We won't buy it, but what do you do with that other land, right? And it was about the deepest level. We looked at the entire region, right? We funded it through our capital program. We paid for that now, right? So that is the agency saying we are going to prioritize this as an issue around transit, and we are going to take our limited resources and fund it to that. Then you've got kind of in stuff that we tend to live in the middle a lot, right? So our PM TOD, we went out with the TOD study. We paid for it again out of the capital program because of our lessons learned on the Brown line I talked about, right? We did not want to leave orphan parcels that could not be developed. Right? We wanted to make sure that whatever we bought in a way that was responsible, that could be redeveloped in a meaningful way. We met with the community many times with again, a consultant on board, develop a document that says, this is the community's interest in these parcels. This is what they'd like to see built in those areas. This is the type of development they will support. This is our commitment to how we will release this development to it. We have refreshed it twice. We've gone out ourselves with the community again, because it's a very long process, right? RPM's been on a long time. And just checking in, right? Hey, this is what we had talked about. Is this still where everybody kind of lands, right? And then DPD recently we participated because they've now taken this and started doing more of this. Okay, so these are the RPM sites. Here's other sites in the areas that we're looking at for development, and how do they all interrelate? And do you still want this out of the RPM sites? This site available. And the city has come to us and said, we talked a little bit about that federal legislation. Hey, this fed language has changed. Would you be willing to partner with us on land transfer here to allow us to then underfund sites, right? So that we could give the site to the city at a minimum cost, land transfer, whatever type of deal comes out, so that they could basically then just fund for the bill. Because if the developer doesn't have to buy the land at a market value, that certainly allows them to get ahead on an equitable investment, right? So they've identified a couple sites they really see as key anchor equitable investments in these communities, and we're supporting them with that kind of land transfer. So the other side really gets into this Rick Garfield green line, which is some remnant parcels we have, pretty sizable sites, that this now becomes an evolving community conversation around what the city's investment. The city's doing a bunch of investment with city colleges over there, the university, they're looking for us to partner in helping support that investment. The community also would like to see some mixed use development there. If anyone that knows that corridor, there's lots of the Astor Gates bought land kind of out there, and it's kind of tried to support small businesses, but they're really looking for some anchor tenants. And then, then there's a parcel there that we could also live in that ETOD development, right? We can make some equitable housing there. So this is some stuff we've been working kind of around the community with in a much smaller scale. It's not in the full corridor, but it's a little bigger than just an individual, one parcel. This is land that we own collectively. We'll tell about these sites a couple times. Part of a bigger plan that's going on in the area. We're playing with the DPD and others about like how our sites fit into that bigger kind of vision and how we can start to let our property in that relationship. So with a lot of talking to get to question of, as we talk about this identity, and again, I said earlier, I think you could depends, right? Depends. But if, Mr. Chairman, as you said, as we look at our future projects, you say, I want you to maximize the potential development of all construction investment here. So you should, as part of your planning for that station, look at a half-mile parameter and do a commission studies as part of your study around that station. RLE evolution of RPM. That's an identity thing, right? We don't often do RLE where we completely change the landscape of the city. But as we talk 290 corridor, right? Well, very different thing all of a sudden, right? That is a corridor project. So. But that means we are taking dollars that could be spent having an honest conversation, right? I pose this to you. Would you, if the community said, we want you to invest in the under-L activation of 7 miles of under-L here on the Brown line because we think that's the right investment, would you defund a track slow zone project to do that? Right? That's the guns and butters decision that we weigh as staffers here in these conversations when we go and we're asked about that input and they say, oh, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. Director Lee, even I have conversations. We would love to have redundant elevators at every station, right? Would make everyone's life significantly easier. Mine on the maintenance world to be able to take one down and have one up, right? But reality is those things are expensive and we have limited resources and we try and get more elevators, more places, right? And so we make decisions like that. So this gets to the identity. I'm glad they're going to talk about any of these. We can go, we've got back slides if you want to get into detail about any of these, but I mean, it's more to give you a sense to your question. Where do we live? This is kind of how we lived recently. I would say Brown line capacity expansion. We lived in we'll get whatever money we can get for the parcel. We weren't very thoughtful. It was really just what the project needed.
I want to ask one question, Bill.
Yeah.
In terms of private sector developers, people who know what they're doing in this space, you know, have we sat down and called a summit and said to the development community, CTA is looking to provide some leadership on this in some direction, but you guys who do this day in and day out, you know, why don't you look at what our Green Line corridor and see if there is land that you could acquire and can develop. I support all the bells and whistles with the community development and everything, but the private sector, to me, they understand if something will make money for them or if it won't make money. And so, but I think you have to encourage folks, bring them to the table, get them in the room. Doesn't cost us a dime, because I know down 43rd Street jumping up and he's happy, but you know, we didn't pay him for that. And how can we encourage the private sector to sit in a room and say, we've got these rail lines. Is there something that you might want to do to enhance the customer experience, provide housing, commercial space along the corridors?
So I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a really interesting question. So to go back into the history portfolio. That is the 95th Street corridor plan is the closest thing to that, right? It again looks at a corridor. We are a partner to DC, but prior to the 95th Street corridor plan, we actually had a contract with the MPC to do a development study of our parcels and some of the surrounding parcels there that we commissioned and we were engaged in, and we did a press conference on, and it was in one part of the 95th Street station there that right off the parcels. And your commentary earlier about us falling in line with DPD processes and mayors change and mayors had opinions and political wins, and these sites got rezoned residential. That happened in response to the political climate that was going on. But that MPC thing there, right, was a goal that was we were bringing developers to the table to opine about what could be done in the area surrounding the station, what is the massing, with the community at the table. So you had private sector sitting there saying, here's what we will legitimately fund, right? Because it's great that the community wants this, but if somebody's not willing to pay for this, right? Because it's not a good return on their investment, that there tends to be a massive disconnect. I hear this a ton when we talk ROE. Is you get a community that says, we want a grocery store. We need a grocery store, and it absolutely makes sense. Like any smart person that spends any time down the road, go, yeah, that makes absolute sense as a fundamental need. Almost every developer is going to sit there and say, I don't see a return on investment in the grocery store, right? And that's again where the city and the other agencies have to get involved and make that important. We have never gone to the Green Line and said, hey, we're going to put out a commission, we're going to tenure that. We haven't. But again, that gets into our identity as an agency that we're not a development agency. We're not trying to develop, right? You know, but if we say now we want to start to play more in this corridor, we want to start driving those conversations, because if they come and say, yeah, we see these sites as highly valuable, we would definitely see that to, 43rd Green. We did have comeback with that developer. We did have, they informed us, we talked, and we had a lot of, and the agency made a commitment of resources to 43rd Street. Have a project that is going out for construction that was tied to the development of the station there, some investment there because of all the TOD to support that, right? That they saw something greater than just that in our commitment. And that was an agency making a decision. Oh, we see investment here. We want to put some resources in that station to make sure it's in line with the investment. Yes.
Thank you. I think your question is what, and I don't know if you meant for everyone to share. Where I guess this is a simple way of trying to frame this very complex sort of opportunity that we have at hand. I only see one line that says money or no money. And there's a whole lot more to the discussion than money or no money. So I guess I would have a hard time saying I'm in this spectrum or this spectrum, because there's a lot of things like community-wide benefit can be financially feasible, can bring about a whole lot of different opportunities and can do a whole lot more, but I don't see a place where that would live in this quadrant. I think in general preferences, thinking about corridors and thinking about an entire region makes a lot of sense because things don't live in an island. They are connected to each other. So understanding corridors and regions are really important. We all know that our city has a history of not thinking about some regions and not thinking about some corridors. And I think we have the opportunity to zoom out and think about our entire system and our entire city, who we're serving and how we're serving. That I think it's really important. And when there are specific information for a bus station or a train stop, that we get even more focus in those. But in general, we should be looking at entire areas. And on benefits, again, I would encourage that we look at more than just money as the, sort of lever, and really look at a whole lot of other characteristics, probably a lot to name, so that we think about it in a much comprehensive way. But those are my two thoughts. I'm not sure if other
Yeah.
directors want to share.
Yeah, I'd like to share, and I do appreciate how the chairman articulated it in light of what he shared, much better than I did. And I heard what you just said, but a lot of times the organizations, in terms of their working relations with the electorate in communities, you were talking about how corridors were zoned or for one thing or the other. Organizations many times have the kind of, say, leveraging influence to weigh in with the electorate and to make it more attractive and feasible for development. And so that, in my opinion, cannot be ignored. Just because something has been one way for one period of time doesn't mean it remains that way. Because organizations, as they introduce ideas, new concepts, et cetera, and then if that's what we're hearing with CTA being open to hearing from those organizations, things can change. And so I think that we need to explore what could possibly happen. We shouldn't have a closed mind on whatever has occurred in one corridor versus another, because we've all seen that many times one area receives greater attention than other areas. But all it requires are the right ideas, the right concepts, the right partnerships, and better things can happen. So that's my position. And I think that the CTA can bring a lot to making that happen if they acknowledge what many of the local community, and I like that idea about a type of a summit of the development community in a particular corridor or community. I think that a lot can come from it.
I mean, I think, Director, to your point, like an example in Garfield being one of the things we're proactively working with the Alder and CPD on is getting those sites rezoned before we go off.
Right.
They are so.
It can happen.
That's the density of the sites that they want to see developed. So that is not a hindrance for the development process, right? It helps accelerate along. Director, I think to your question, again, I don't disagree with you that this doesn't get into questions of community benefit. We struggle great. We talked a lot about how we had this facilitated conversation here. I will broadly say that community benefit typically is not going to be on this side of the maximum financial return for CTA. If we are asking for the absolute best value market-driven cost on it, it will, a lot of what the community wants to see, and affordable housing will often not be able to be developed there, right? Because developers not going to be able to underwrite their costs when they have to pay $5 million for land to begin with. So that tends to live somewhere more probably in this realm, right? And that as you think about those things is the community's interest. Often we're going to have to underwrite that by taking less value for the property. we're going to need to support those types of things.
Quick comment on that. To your point earlier, right? If a development, it's how we look at it. Is this a short-term return or is this a long-term return, right? So if it's short-term, the chairman was just sharing, right? And it often happens when you build a development that it's right on point for that community. And we get 80% of the riders riding our system for 10 years. Do we quantify that or are we just looking at a straight return on day one at the closing, right? So that's what I'm trying to think through, like, how do we really think about that in a different way and not just like an immediate return upon sale, upon, this is what we got for that. And so that was one point. And the other point, to your comment about collaboration and the summit, it feels important to do that. There are a lot of partners who already do that. MPC is definitely one of them. They bring together nonprofits, they bring together for-profit partners, and there's a lot of creativity that happens in those spaces. So I would really encourage that we both look at nonprofit organizations that are excellent at doing this work, along with other corporate partners, because I think there's a lot of learning to do across both of them and a lot of benefits for all of us.
All right, quickly, and then time. I had to be. Go ahead, Bill.
I don't know.
So I want to be cognizant of time because we have another activity to do. So I guess I can pose it to the board. We can continue here and maybe not do the personas activity or really curtail the personas activity, or we can go to the personas activity that we have next, the customer.
I feel that we are unpacking a lot down this road. I think we're in a good place arriving to places. I'm encouraged by how everybody here is really into this issue and using this example to go deeper. So I would vote to not lose this energy.
Okay.
And we need to table something else. That's fine. But I really love the energy right now. And I would love for the energy to end up in some action and decisions made. That's my preference.
Go ahead.
Let me jump in on that, Roberto, in terms of, progress movement that we're making. I was in the back of the room doing my best to listen and capture some notes. Not fully comprehensive, but themes that I think we're starting to hear that might, if you want to continue the conversation. One, just a couple themes, mindset of the organization, making sure how we're being seen as more than an, A to B partner in the community, but really highlighting impact and value, right? To the idea of a project we just talked about that may not have a financial return for a developer today, but what's that long-term impact? How do we articulate that value? How do we be seen as demonstrating and focused on values that may not just be some of those bottom dollar things? Think about influence based on that value and impact that we experience to the city, position ourselves as partners in that sense, bring clarity in what the CTA stands for and clarity in how we define success. Clarity of success equals expectations. So what are the expectations we're establishing for ourselves as partners? What are your expectations of the staff in doing that? Embrace that role shift as a community development partner. I think it was very well said. We're more than just a transit agency, right? We are a major economic development engine within this community, and that's from workforce all the way to investment return. Bring authenticity, so truth, transparency, clarity of expectations again, and how we engage in the community, and then maintain a comprehensive mindfulness of how projects and opportunities impact and influence the whole. So those are some of the themes that I'm hearing. Action. The second page, look at the kid. Invitations to staff. So these are things I think I heard, may not be your exact words, but use our board members, this experience, their relationships as thought partners in community engagement. There's perspectives and value that they're going to bring based on their experiences. Let's be clear with the board and public about where we are and where we're trying to get to. So whether that's our spectrum of community engagement or what we're trying to do with the project, but just as a operating mindset for the CTA team and how they engage with the board. Transparency, perhaps the creating of a cadence of reporting on what we're hearing and how CTA is talking through that action, working through that action. And then take the lead. Heard this many times, right? Take the lead, which implies driving the agenda to achieve the results we desire. And the last note of action I have here is aspire to authentic relationships as engaged, action-oriented, collaborative partner / leader in community development. Again, hearing those as expectations from the board to staff. So, you know, as if you want to continue that conversation on TOD, are we capturing these things right? Staff, what questions do you have of the board to help keep moving in that direction? And I'll hang these on the wall while you all continue to talk.
I guess first to the board, does that feel I thought it was reflective of everything we heard
Yeah.
as well, but I didn't.
I think so.
You guys think that there was something missing?
I say so.
I think from the next steps perspective, and maybe Kara and Bill, we can talk through some of the things that we have been thinking about that I think touches on some of these actions that you guys are articulating to us. But knowing that this is not a comprehensive list of everything we think needs to be done, these are some of the things that we've started to think through and work on to date. So I don't know if you want to go to the next slide, Kara.
Yeah.
Just, I think,
Oh, sorry.
well, just to capture what I understand, where we see this vision land, right? You want us to be corridor driven, looking at a bigger footprint than individualized sites, right? Individualized part. You want us to figure out a way to bring private industry, not-for-profit partners to the table in that relationship, looking at kind of this region. And then we can come back and have conversations about how we take ownership of any of that investment, right? And I think that's because I think the first step is I'm gathering here is you want us just to set the tone saying we see value in investment along transit in this corridor. We want to commission a study or put together a plan for investment along the Green Line and the west side of the city of Chicago. We'll bring in some level of partnership to help pull the massing of the sites in, help look at that, maybe multi-agencies, maybe other things to create some forums to have those conversations. I think similar to what we did in this TSD plan, right? Something that says, here's kind of what's available based on industry input. Here's what's supportive there. Take that out to the community. Here's what out of what they're saying is supportive and available. Here's the types of things we'd like to see commissioned on those sites. And then we, your direction, can decide as an agency about we try and proactively buy, right? We start to play like the Cook County Land Bank, try and mass land for development somewhat.
So I think I kind of want to go back to the fundamental question you asked us, which I don't think we answered, is the opportunity, the cost of making this decision. And I think it's good to be aspirational, but it's also good. We also need to be realistic. So I think your question was,
Would you trade off?
what is the trade-off?
What are the trade-offs?
Environment
Who's
for
going to
vision.
answer that question? Because are we ready for that trade-off? And I think to me, we need to do right by the community, but also need to understand that we still need to operate, right? And if this takes away resources from being able to operate, like, is that the trade-off the board is willing to make? And I don't think any of us answered that question for him.
And I think, Director, to your point, I think outside the direct, are we going to take capital program dollars by land versus invest against?
Exactly.
There is an opportunity cost conversation here, right? So staff time having to, if you get partners, agencies to come to the table like DPD and MPC and others to do this, it takes staff time to pull that together to do all these things. And that staff that's being pulled off of some other investment for the authority, I can't tell you what you're trading on. I can't, if you ask me today, like, oh, who would you put on? Like, I couldn't put.
But I think.
But I think you highlighted a good point. There is an opportunity cost.
Guiding principle. Okay, what is the guiding principle? Like, here's the starting position. We're gonna always look at, there's a cost, there's the community benefit, there's a long-term, there's a short-term, there's trade-offs. Once we have all of these are the general decision-making criteria, right? Kind of like the guardrails. Without having that clarified now, you're always going to be confused where you want to operate.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want to come back and bring this conversation and we go back 2 years later, 3 years later and have the same conversation. I think it's important for us to then, if we're continuing this conversation, is to get down to the detail of like, what's the trade-off we're willing to make, regardless of what quadrant you want to sit in. I don't know the answer, but I kind of know that it can't be all the way to the right, or this is my left, the way to the left. It can't be all the way to the right either. I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. But then is it positive? Is it like operating margin neutral? Is it operating margin negative? Or is it like somewhere 1 to 5%? I mean, there has to be some thoughtful discussion about where are we comfortable operating, but then we also look at all the other things, right?
I'd like to add that I think we need to also keep in mind the historical realities of our city and where we've been. And I think it is a balance, right? And I know everything that when we are talking about who we are and what we want to be, starting from where we are today, we have to also keep in mind, and this is part of the story that we talk about in Springfield, related to the structural and the structural underfunding that CTA has received is part of this conversation, right? As we are talking about who we want to be and where we want to be, we have to keep in mind that the what's come out of our legislation for years has systemically underfunded us. And so our ability to have these decisions we're always in this kind of squeezing blood from a turnip situation. And we have a very unique situation versus our peers and the service boards, right? Without just saying out loud, like, we have an operational need and we have capital needs. We have another entity in the service boards who leans more and needs more capital, but right now has like some funding, more oversubscribed operationally. The reason I'm bringing this up is because as we talk about our identity and who we want to be moving forward, we have to work within we have to think about how we're showing up has to continue to take care of like our basic need. And I think when you say that, then this conversation always gets put to the wayside because we are operationally underfunded today. And so for us to have a real conversation about this, we have to acknowledge that there are some things we've got to catch up on funding wise so that we can have this conversation. It's hard to be creative when you are not funded to what you need to just do your regular job. What you're asking us to do and what you're asking us to possibly transform ourselves to right now, that's just, I don't mean to be that person, but the question will always come back to what it'll always come back to what we don't have. So it's worth having the discussion, but we have to keep our eyes and our minds on how very quickly we'll end up in the place that we end up based on what our funding is.
Thank you for that. I have a question for our facilitators, John and Aaron. I hear a lot about values and I don't anticipate we have them. Are we going to be having a conversation about the values of the board, of the CTA? It seems like if we don't have that, we're kind of going all these different directions without a North Star or with values that ground us. So are we going to get to that today?
So this afternoon, we have some time to talk about a work plan for 2025. I think if you want to get into a conversation about values and we could squeeze that in, we could use that time to discuss that, but a specific time block for values of the agency, if that's what I'm hearing, and of the board, that was not segmented, but we can be flexible.
Well, I'd like to ask the board members, do we feel like we have, like, what's grounding us in making decisions? And if anyone has any other ideas of how do we get there where we're grounded and we're saying, okay, are we doing this, and this, maybe 5 things, values or something that's grounding us, and I think we can make a decision based on that, but I don't feel like we have that. I'm just wondering, how do we get there? And again, if anyone else has other ideas, please.
I think April.
Director Ortiz, John, if I might add, I know the 215-hour defining success in governance, there are a couple of like centering questions there, I think, that are aligned with the larger question of what are the values of the board. So I think that would also be an appropriate place in discussion, perhaps to explore that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good point.
But maybe this is a helpful conversation as you're approaching the values, right? Of like, we
Sure.
talked about, like, there's a
Yes.
really complex problem out here that I think what we're all hearing of, and, you know, I think we recognize what we said is maximizing financial return is probably not, it's definitely not where any of us want to be. But maybe where we start to talk about is we want to maximize return with TOD, and that return can look different for even different corridors, different projects.
Different.
And then I think that's where then it comes to the value discussion of what are those returns? Is it ridership, equity?
And also to add, like, I think taking all that back to when we do go to Springfield and ask for more funding
That's it.
and say, boom, look at what we're doing in terms of development, not necessarily like the short term. I mean, you know, obviously we have to continue to operate, but continue to operate means going to Springfield and getting more money. And if we can, it kind of all is a circular, you know, it's connected.
And I think what's helpful to hear, and I think the values discussion will be really helpful for us in the, like, what are the first steps? Because I think a lot of us have a lot of consensus on the long game, like where we'd want to be in 10 years if this worked really well. But it is navigating this, like, first few years of constraints. We are constrained, but we don't want to think like we are constrained. And so it's a very difficult starting point, but I think folks here, and I would hope the board agrees, like, we can invest in that future by starting to do a few things differently in the first couple of years, and also starting to be more proactive, be more direct. And that some of that will require us to take risk and do things like we aren't constrained, and build that bridge. And so I think this has been really helpful, and you know, we're not gonna, like, go away forever. I'm listening in on that conversation. Like, I think we really want to understand how we can take those first steps in the right way.
Yeah, I just add, the 10 years is gonna go by so fast. The other thing is 2 years later, we're gonna be in the same constraint. Just let's not kid ourselves. It's not, the constraints are here to stay. I think how can we be creative with our constraints and take enough risk, which is, it's this concept called two-way doors. Are we creating enough two-way doors? So if we make a decision, if it turns out to be a bad one, you can come back, versus creating a one-way door where you've done something and there's no way back, right? And I think some of these conversations we're having are, I think they're all two-way door discussions.
Totally.
That we need to make some decisions. And does that mean we draw more funding for some of the things we want to do that we're thinking that we're going to save for 2026? Maybe that's a choice we make. But I think, but it's very, very important to, if you're thinking about what do we want to be in 10 years, that the action needs to happen today. Kind of like, you know, take risks, like you said. And there might be some of them are going to be uncomfortable, but I think as a team, we need to understand the risks, and we need to make those decisions.
Yeah, and you don't have to take all your money to the casino. Basically, you know, calculate the risk,
Yeah.
right?
And the
so-
board backing us on that risk too.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
there's gonna be some things, you know, actually, we had a workshop with Google, my team did, and Google talked about there's some projects that are like, you can accept zero risk with this, because this is the base core of our product. And then there's other things where they were talking about create your risk bank, because your risk bank 10%, 20%, 30%. And how do you think about that? And so I think that's also where, as staff, we're wanting to have the conversation with you of where do you want us to take that risk? And you'll back us if it, like, fails, and we're gonna get.
Absolutely. Yes.
And I want to add, I recently shared with our management team a blog that the folks that just went to Germany, there was a delegation from Illinois that just went to Germany for transit, and they talked about this model that everyone is really hot about over in Germany and in Europe. Well, that model is 30 years in the making. Right? So when you listen to this blog, it's 20 minutes. It's totally worth your time. I'll make sure you all can hear it. But what I'm energized by is that 30 years ago, a bunch of people sat in a room and said, this is the North Star we're going to. We don't know how we're going to get there. We don't know what it's going to cost. But people in Austria and in Germany sat down and said, this is where we're going. And then each step of the way, they made milestones along the way. Not all of them are doing it all the same way, but I can tell you right now, our legislators, and our labor, all the people that went on that trip, they're very interested in us setting a North Star. They're interested as a region, but I would argue as CTA, we are the biggest player in the region. Let me say that again out loud. We are the biggest player in the region, so we absolutely I think, have an opportunity to step up and lay out what a North Star is for us that's within a regional North Star. And so I will send you all that blog because what I hear us saying is, you know, we want to be aspirational, but you have to manage that. And 30 years ago, when they set that out, they didn't know how they were going to get there. And in some countries, they've gotten there and passed it. In other places, they're still catching up. But the point is, they set it up and they made a commitment, and then that's where they are. So
I think knowing that there's gonna be a value discussion, I actually think there is value in us transitioning to talk about the customers and who our customers are and do some of the customer mapping. Because I think as you guys move into that, we've had this conversation of policy and how we see ourselves as leaders. But then I think also having the conversation, how do we see ourselves as servicing our customers and being responsive to our customers is also important. So Bill, Kara, any closing remarks from you guys?
The one thing I would say is, and I would double to the value conversation and Director Jha, your comment about 10 years, so that's right. We are making decisions today as an agency about the next 10 years. We are chasing grants right now based on direction. That is we've issued plans. We're developing the next plans. We're deciding on our next mega projects. I'm getting just to, right? I mean, you know, these are things that we are holistically and based on, and if you think about the spectrum, we as an agency 10 years ago decided we wanted to make supporting workforce and DB goals a fundamental principle to the agency. And that where we are today as an industry leader didn't happen the day that all this was to do. It's been built upon and evolved, but it was a mindset that was pushed to staff that said, and I think Director, okay, you've talked, right? You've seen this, but we were told as an agency, this is important to us. Let's figure out how we build this into our core, right? And I think we've evolved that for that point. So as we talk through this and craft this vision and what's important, think about those things, right? We made a decision we were going to be fully accessible in 20 years. And so we've taken opportunities to chase every penny we can to support programs and projects that allow us to go there. And there's cost to that at times. We walked away from some track profits, more fundamental, say to go repair things, because that is a bit of a guns and butter scenario there, right? But those are things that we as an agency look at. But it is to that value question. If we're going to say these are very fundamental core principles of this agency, it really helps us understand our jobs and go for those mindsets. Because again, we haven't figured it out. We're very much a government military organization. You tell us what mountains want us to take, and you've got a committed, energetic, that's about going to war. So
and I think maybe to close this out, you know, Director Rakeo, you said this at the beginning, that within this space, there's sort of like technical conversations, like what's a technical barrier? I think we spent a lot of this conversation in the adaptive space of how are we unpacking some of those longer term blockers and creating a North Star for ourselves. And so that's very exciting for all of us. As Bill said, our 2025 roadmaps do have a lot of technical work in it though. And, you know, we've been drafting legislation. We've been thinking about a capital solution that could unlock funding. We want to come back and talk to you all about that because the work is not going to stop. I think this work is going to shape and it's really going to get us to the 10-year. But there's a lot in the pipeline right now. So I just want to acknowledge that we didn't really even get into the weeds of many of the projects that are happening. And so we'll be excited to keep talking about that because we know it's something that the board wants to hear from.
But can we, since we're wrapping this up, can we add to the list of next steps? What do you need to enact a proper ETOD strategy in terms of staffing? Because we've been telling you all, you don't have the proper staffing for that. And Denise, to your point, I also want to encourage you all to, I know it's hard today because of the fiscal cliff and all that, but I really encourage you all not to think about these things from a deficit perspective. Because my response to that is we have spent hundreds of millions of dollars in security, much of which was not good. And setting up an office of ETOD with a couple staff is a fraction of that. And yet we never did it. And for 7 years, a coalition called Elevate Chicago has been fundraising for this, $15 million and more coming up in 7 years. And CTA was really hard to bring to the table. Not today, thanks you all for it, but it was like falling in deaf ears. So the money was there, for you all to take and use, and you did it, because it's a mindset issue, right? So to me, it would be super helpful for the next time we get together to tell us, okay, we do have the mindset, here's the commitment, here's what we need. And as you do the budget for next year, which is gonna be a lot, please do as we agreed upon, which is start early to engage the board so we can figure this out. And as you all know, by the way, the legislation in Springfield has an allocation for ETOD in it, with incentives, with loans, with an office. So this is a great moment. I get it. We have a cliff coming up, but I encourage you all to get out of the deficit mindset for this, because this is for 10, 20, 30 years from now.
So I think to answer your question directly, we need to understand the board's commitment to scale. As you have that value conversation, where do we live in the spectrum of, when you ask us to put together what are our needs, we need to know what it is you're asking us to deliver fundamentally. And I understand that we all want to be more in this realm, but leading corridor development initiatives, developers at the table is a very different thing than our existing capital program, how we build upon sites and support things around there. Those are very different spectrums. So I think as you guys continue your conversation around this, how far side of the spectrum really helps inform how that planning and the needs are.
So this is frustrating, y'all, because we're passing the ball on this back and forth. And I feel, or I think you got a clear message, an agreement on the board that we are all for TOD and that we want to see an equity lens into it. And I feel it's on you now to tell us, okay, since with all that feedback, here are your options, here what we could do, right? This is how I would do it.
I think that's actually a completely reasonable.
As there here's the base model, we understood you want to be here, here's the base model plus the Chrome.
Right, here's some options. And
we could tell you what those things are.
I want to clarify, the frustration is not all individually, the frustration is with a culture that for many, many decades have been extremely deferential and hierarchical. So of course you want to hear from the board and all that. And we're telling you, we're different from the past, lead, tell us what are the options, right? So thanks for the deferral, but I feel that it's now an opportunity for you all to present something or options, scenarios, types of offices that could work, and then we can build on that. I have full trust in that you all can move this to the next step, and you don't need more from us at this point. That's me.
I think we've got enough understanding.
And I would just echo, as the person who now has DBE and I inherited the beautiful thing that they made the commitment for. But we, as an organization, we can do that. I think that's like Bill giving you that is a perfect example, and one of President Carter's biggest legacies. He made that a marker. It's taken a long time. We're still battling, trying to make sure we have the right staff for that. But you know what? We are crystal clear that we're not backing away from that. So what I'm saying to you is the organization has done this in pockets. It may not have been or global. And what I'm hearing you say is you want us to think like that and apply the same types of things that was applied to the DBE marker to this. And I think what you also can tell us is that maybe not just this conversation, but in general, that's the way that you want us to operate from now on. As a person who's newer to this culture, I'm still learning the industry, but what I'm hearing very clearly is that the push-pull, you're asking us not to have that, and the organization's capable of that, because when given the directive and let go, this organization figured out how to do that, be the leader, do DBE like no one else is doing in the country. And so we heard you.
I think when I came in 2021, and I've sort of been associated with CTA on the outside for many years, but I see a bureaucracy sometimes. That good, fresh ideas sometimes go someplace to die. You hear what we're saying, but then it's like, okay. What we're saying is, I want you to take the lead. Bring us something back. Tell us what it's going to cost in order to effectuate whatever plan it is. We'll make that decision. if we need a Cadillac or we need a Chevy. But the bottom line is, we want you to like get out of this mode of, you know, we're in the transportation business. No, we're in the social service business. We've taken on so many roles over the last, you know, decade. But on this one, this whole board is saying, we like this. One of the things I asked President Carter when I first got here, I said, what stop do you get off on? What? And he told me. And I said, I get off on the next one. He says, how do you feel getting off at that station at 11 o'clock at night? Oh, I don't do that. So I don't do it either, because there are inequities in this system. You go up north and you feel safe. On the west side, on the south side, there's stations that you don't feel safe. It's not well lit. It's not, you know, I mean, so we are in a position to effectuate change, not just talk about it, but to actually effectuate change. I don't want to sit here and waste time, because none of us as board members, especially from the private sector, I mean, the time we put in, I mean, you could do better in other ways, right? But the bottom line is, this is a commitment that we're making. And we're saying to you, the staff, it's very clear. What I've heard for the last hour and a half is, we like this. We want you to move forward with it. Bring us something back that's tangible. We'll make the hardcore decision. You know, if you're going too far, we'll let you know, right? But give us a plan that you think will work to get us from A to Z.
Thank you, Chairman. All right. Thanks, Bill. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. What was Lucian? Can I take 10 minutes into the lunch?
Sure.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay, we are not even gonna share anything on screen. So just really quickly, Director Lee just stepped out for a second, right? Or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so just quickly, I'll have Nicholas and Lucian introduce themselves and then we'll talk through the activity.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Crone. I'm the Vice President of Fair Systems. I roll up into Molly in the Office of Planning and Innovation. I'm fairly new to the CTA. I've spent 16 years in the private sector, and so this is my 30th week into CTA.
Lucian?
Hey everyone, I'm Lucian, Senior Manager of Customer Experience. I think we've spoken a couple of times in the past. I think what we're gonna talk about today is pretty exciting.
Lucky you guys, you also have an opportunity to stand. I see Director Ortiz already taking advantage. So I'm gonna have Lucian really quickly talk through this document that's in front of you. And then what we'll do after that is Nicholas is gonna talk through the activity, and then we'll give you guys an opportunity. It's bigger up there, so you can go up there and look more at the information. Staff will be up there also to answer questions. So Lucian, I'll turn it over to you really quick.
So I think what's really cool about these next 25, 30 minutes is that those printouts in front of you, they're on the board, on the wall. They really represent the voices of our customers. And so I think it's really cool as you guys read through the different pieces of information to hear those voices, think about like maybe what stands out to you. And then Nicholas will have a really cool workshop where we can have a more engagement with that. So I'll talk about the document structure and what's on it, just so you guys have a little bit more context. So if we wind the clock back to 2022, I think there were probably 3 priorities that CTA was really thinking about with this new customer experience function. I think the first thing was CTA recognized we have a lot of information about our customers. You know, we know where they ride. We have many surveys that are distributed to thousands of people. Many times during the year. We wanted to bring a more customer-centric approach to the organization. And we also wanted to have a structured approach to projects that are customer-centric and trying to unlock the energy, right? So I think those are like the 3 things that were sort of influencing the landscape in 2022. And so this document kind of reflects our attempt to take those influencing factors and create that structured approach, right? So if we imagine that we had a big bucket of information about CTA customers. In that bucket, we put information about how they ride the system. From Ventra, we put information from surveys, right? We have a survey team that distributes surveys at least every 3 months to thousands of customers in the region, so they're all statistically significant, right? So we have all these like very clear facts about how people feel about CTA, how they relate to CTA. And we also conduct many studies that are FDA mandated and have a lot of community engagement, right? So we have all this information in this big bucket. So what we did was we emptied the bucket and started seeing, okay, how do we organize all these pieces of information? And it came down to really two critical things. Number one is from left to right, you'll see moments in time. And so this is really, you know, as someone relates to CTA, when does that journey start? And for us, it really starts when they want to take a trip somewhere, right? Maybe they're gonna take a trip with a car, maybe they're gonna take a trip on CTA, right? They know they want to take a trip, and they need to get somewhere. And it continues all the way through that journey, and it ends when they finish their trip on CTA and they think about, hey, how was that experience? Want to use CTA again? You know, and they really reflect and they decide to be a CTA customer for a long time, right? So those like the moments 1 through 6, left to right. Then I guess top to bottom, but with the different colors, we have different lenses of different populations, right? We have certain insights that can be applied to the generic CTA writer. But we also have insights that maybe apply to different people with different identities or different ridership behaviors, right? And so we called out to start 4 very specific groups besides generic customer. So we have people that primarily speak a non-English language. We have people with disabilities, people that ride very frequently, and people that ride infrequently, right? And so by looking at these 5 different lenses, we're able to kind of see that story of the CTA journey in different ways, and we can start to understand the nuances of our customers and how they relate to our service, right? So there's a lot of really interesting things where we can consider all these different facets. And then lastly, the last page, which has all the different colors combined, that sort of reflects some of the projects CTA has planned for 2025. And so I think, you know, as we sort of go to the workshop that Nicholas is gonna talk about, I think it's really cool to think about, okay, you know, what are some things about CTA customers that stand out to you guys, right? You know, I learned something new about our customers yesterday from this, right? We were updating one box from a recent survey, right? And so I think there's a lot of really valuable information. And then secondly, you know, how do those facts relate to the projects CTA is working on right now? You know, is there a relationship that you guys like? How do you feel about that? And then lastly, how do all of those things relate to your vision for CTA long term with you guys have been articulating this whole morning? But I'll hand it over to Nicholas to talk about the workshop.
All right. So in addition to all this customer journey mapping that you see up here, the team's been really focused on taking all these data points, both quantitative and qualitative, and saying, so what? What do we do with all this? And so I want to enter into this exercise about how we're thinking about customer and the customer personas journey mapping that you all have at your desk. Basically, the benefits of customer personas is that they really help identify the general truths about our customers. Again, you know, what are their goals? What are their pain points and frustrations? And ultimately, what are their needs? This is an invaluable source of information as we think about the decision-making process of our 2025 plan and our ambitious plan. And so if you turn the page, we're going to introduce you to some of our writers, page number 2. So writer number 1 is what we describe as the excited visitor. She's 28. She's a marketing manager. She's from Denver, Colorado, and she's visiting Chicago during marathon weekend to watch a friend who's running the race, and she's there to see the sights, and she wants to do so in an efficient and affordable manner. Writer number 2 is the independent commuter, age 45, freelance writer from Little Village, Chicago, Illinois. Relies heavily on public transit to get to work, social events and appointments, needs accessible rail stations. Writer number 3 is the dedicated mom, age 32, certified nursing assistant, from Humboldt Park. The goals are that she needs to get her child to daycare before heading to work on time every day. And she relies heavily on CTA as a primary mode of transportation. And last but not least, rider number 4 is a senior citizen commuter, age 72, retired teacher from Hyde Park. And we're gonna, if you turn the page, we'll delve a little bit deeper into rider 4 and her profile. So her goals are to maintain independence and mobility, stay connected with friends and family, participate in community activities. Some of the frustration she's witnessing is really navigating complex routes and schedules in our system, dealing with crowds, long waits, and smoking on trains, and concerns about safety and accessibility. From those frustrations, we've derived that she's looking for clear and simple information about routes and schedules. She's looking for reliable and frequent service. She's looking for accessible stations and buses. And last but not least, she wants safe and secure environments. And so if you turn the page, this takes us into our actual activity. Each packet has a blank customer persona, which you all could take 5 minutes to create your own persona reflecting your constituents of your community. Or we could go straight into the last and final page in your deck, which essentially is taking one of the 4 personas, identifying what you believe are the key frustrations and pain points, and then tying it back into this last slide that Lucian spoke about, which is all those boxes represent the ambitious plan and activities that we have for 2025, and seeing how those boxes align to those frustrations of every single rider. This is really important for us because I think this is an opportunity for the board to be part of the solution and helping us prioritize what we should be really focusing on as we're thinking about our customer, their needs, and how we align our resources to these activities that we have planned for 2025.
So we thought we had an hour, so that's why we kind of thought we had a little bit more time. So I looked to you guys. Would you rather have the discussion of you guys develop your own, like we do development of customer personas based on your writing patterns, or to Nicholas's point, would you prefer that we sort of already go into the writers that we've already kind of identified personas and talk through some of those key frustration points and CTA planned activities and move that way? What's show of hands, 1 or 2? 2 for me. 2. Great. Okay. So for at least like the next 5 to 10 minutes, like let's go ahead and like peruse the information that you have here so you can get a little bit more familiar with who we say the customers are. Staff will sort of circulate around to help answer questions if you have questions about the data, and then we'll start laying out this customer experience for those 4 personas that we have. And again, we have them big up there too. If you can't see, I can't see her. So if you have questions, we'll stand up there so you guys, or we can come to you. You can let me know what you would prefer.
Digesting. Yeah, it's intense stuff. So we try to emphasize the last and final. Hopefully.
They probably, that's probably, people who don't feel safe.
Yeah.
When I see customers who always want to ride the system.
Right.
Just don't feel like, it's often visible. And that raises some concerns around why they don't want to,
Yeah.
And I think so that's a number, that's a high priority. They say the security guards that we have are ineffective.
Sure.
I think we know that to some degree. I mean, we have to call up CPD, so,
Right.
sort of cutting this quandary, but the bottom is I think service has been restored.
It's a lot of information. I'm
There's a
sorry.
lot
We
of
thought we had an hour.
Right. And I think that, if we could lock it down, security,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So we've done some research.
I love what this. Yes, but I'll. Which doesn't get time. But if we can find a way to give customers safety, security, that would be good.
The age range, so, you know, we have.
We should be able to take something to reallocate resources. Let's say to maintenance people, keep them in the subway. And a couple stops, right? They walk through the trains. We don't have to wait till the train gets to the end.
Yeah.
To clean.
Not to where they're going.
Walk through it in the middle of the stuff, journey. Pick up any paper. Cups or bottles.
Yeah.
Put them in a bag, just. Pick up some money and like, this is low hanging fruit.
For sure, for sure.
And but can't get an agency to say, oh, well, that's simple.
Yeah.
We don't have to hire. I just need some time. Believe me, I know.
You know, being fairly.
You don't have to be prison orange jumpsuits, but cleaning crew, CTA cleaning. Backup, right? People like, oh, okay. You come from the private sector, right?
Yeah, that's bad. And your airline industry and then high growth tech e-commerce, so yes.
This is.
Yeah.
Because.
I hear you.
Something like.
I'll share later with the group, but
Everybody else say, yeah, it's a great, but the implementation.
profile, I'm wondering, have you guys done like
There's so much.
I don't know how to call them, like the anti-personas, meaning the people who are not right here. What's their profile?
There's so much.
Oh, no, that's interesting. I think
if you were to help us with that
that, so.
solution, sorry, I just want to
remember how to define
this last one, and I
go
go
like on this, how you often.
and security.
What type of bucket you fall in,
Should
and
is
our ridership folks,
like one or two beyond that,
I think one thing that's really cool is
us
thus far, we've kind of identified that there's like three different types of people that write state all the time, but 12 types of people. that write
just mull it over and, you know, we're all.
Yeah,
Okay.
they can do that.
Thank you so much.
Fair enough.
Dig into where it's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I'm finding people lately that saying
Just really just assuming.
Yeah, yeah.
writer. And this
But let's just simplify it, right?
Yeah.
think of the fall of sort of.
I mean, this is all.
Yeah, so anyway, just thinking about how to extract some of that information.
It's something.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
This is where we want you to be. The thing that's that was done is, out of all these single initiatives or activities that we have going on, where do you think we should be?
It's like high level, because there's not enough time.
In terms of the population or the actions.
These are all the actions.
Right.
Focus on the actions,
Okay.
which will translate into the outputs of the population.
Right.
I
I think, you know, being fairly new to the agency, I think I started
It's on the lapse writer server, and there's a bunch of interesting information there too. So if you guys are.
to that. Less is focus on.
Or should look at some of the, yeah.
So we've done 100 things different, really crappy, but would love any type of feedback you have on any of these activities.
Right.
You know, let me know.
Yeah, let me
clarify.
let me drill down a little bit here.
Yeah,
Lives in the suburbs or like outskirts of.
Yeah.
They just don't find. And how studies that coming downtown versus driving, and all that. So that's one. So the types. The other type is folks who are now remote.
yeah.
And they don't show up as often
Yeah.
in the office. And for them now, it makes more sense either they take a lift on Tuesdays that they need to be downtown.
Yeah,
And going through all the potential drama.
Yeah, totally.
Through CPA. So anyway, there's a few like categories I keep finding when I try to tell people I'm on the board, they immediately share their frustrations, and a lot of them sound recoverable, like sounds like they need to see something happen.
Yeah,
And they will
yeah.
be best,
Yeah.
but they have not seen the. And
Yeah,
that direction, so they haven't, anyway, that's what I'm at.
Cool, nice.
Awesome, thanks for putting this together.
Yeah, totally. Already been a year that you've been on the board?
But yeah.
I thought it was April.
Yeah. So, that was about in March and then I was out there and so I didn't. First time.
Oh, okay. I'm lying.
Yeah, that's what I consider my first proper.
Nice, yeah.
And you think?
I've only been at CTA since 2022 October, so I just had my year in. Yeah.
What were you before?
I was at like Allstate in technology for a while, like technology management. And so this job is kind of like, at Allstate I manage one project for eco.
So what would you doing
multiple
and doing down in my view,
What are you bringing?
you have a question about or kind of simplified it. I mean, a lot of it.
Yeah,
So it might be best to do.
And it's like a huge.
So here's the thing.
A lot of my career was spent.
No worries.
Software.
So, this is,
So I think any of our entire customer journey, not just what address.
It is.
Apply directly to this customer experience.
So you think about the benchmark.
Yeah, I'm still just kind of consuming.
Have a cup of tea.
Really.
The really important bit is this last page, which essentially represents all of the activities that we have planned for 2025. Every box of colors represent the demographic.
Okay.
What does come to me, and I like what you said. If we get this right, probably are going to capture everybody, you know, and so that's what I'm really looking at there, to just kind of see what have they been focusing on. And the truth of the matter is, doesn't seem like we're giving it maybe the level of priority.
So, created these personas.
And
essentially on those first.
And.
So her goals are to maintain independence and ability to stay connected with them.
Is our.
So we're working with Pace and Metro like a regional.
Regional,
Yeah.
But it's all.
Translates important needs, yeah.
Yeah.
Not like.
Information, reliable frequent service, successful.
Yeah, I think, the RFP that will.
So that was easy, right? So
That's one.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna have both every board director.
There are also other vendors out there that are trying to also.
We have, yes. Essentially, you know, the key frustration.
Provide a huge level of awesome service to their. The agencies that partner with them, I think it kind of depends.
Know the system.
For vendors.
Yeah, so essentially here was the CTA planned activity, like what you believe, you could pick one. What you believe, or not only the key frustrations, two,
Okay.
how do these activities,
And obviously,
those needs, you know, we want you to be part of the solution, so ultimately help prioritize what you believe, you know, sometimes. Like, there's a lot of things, but people love to come to an exclusionary
they
thing.
do, but it's so hard to get, it's, you have to like. You know how many people,
That's the actually.
like the.
Yes.
I thought you got the letter Twitter, huh?
Everybody call, they're.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, based on.
Okay, so we prioritize.
Correct.
Yeah, for their side, yeah.
People know. And the store is.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm there. I mean, it's not gonna solve it.
So we have weekly, yeah, so we had weekly, yeah, so we had weekly conversations with Suns, because this is a peace policy.
Also, like in my prior visit, so we did a test of this, I don't know how they call it, allocation thing where people were at CTA station, they would get a certain type of commercial on their phone.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and I've been thinking, what are we, connected to like private companies, businesses, so we have some sort of phones or stuff that you take the train.
Yeah.
And you get off the back
Brand partnership or something.
right, it pops and says, hey, just so you know, if you go to pizza, whatever, you have 25% off.
Yeah.
How do you?
We're on it. Promise you.
It's not a big. Stuff like that. Anyway.
One thing that you.
By the way, I reached out to Daniel.
It's
LinkedIn.
hard.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Just let him know. Just let him know.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I get it. I just. No way. Yeah, no, it's great. Yes, I mean, I think I've been here 8 months, right? And I think culturally it took a while, but now I'm in it, and we're making progress.
Like when we like highlighted the biggest, largest users or the champions of CPA, whatever.
I think to speak a theme out of it, it's like you all. And
Even just looking at that, like, that framework, we're in.
100, and that's where like I'm trying to, like, the second thing was like helping you. Right, not be like.
Nicholas, you're gonna facilitate the conversation, and so as we discussed, we're gonna go through the 4 personas that we had identified and hear your feedback on based on the information that you had here, other conversations that you had with staff. What do you think are the key frustrations, and what do you think some of those CTA planned activities either you saw that we had identified we were doing or you thought were missing to address those issues?
Yeah, so why don't we start with Rider One, the excited visitor from Denver that's here for the weekend Chicago Marathon to watch her friend and see the site. What would you say are some of those pain points or frustrations for somebody that might not be familiar with the system? And ultimately, based on these activities that we have planned, could help meet those needs?
Or if you think there's something, again, or if you think there's something that we're missing. So I don't want you to think that we think that this is covering everything.
I think for sure, update bus schedules to match run times and improve arrival accuracy. Like, you're new to the city and you're already kind of, not familiar, you want to know accurate information.
Director Akejo, you made eye contact. No mistake.
So one thing you're asking what's missing, I was just sharing with your colleague. I'm curious as to what are the anti-personas, meaning this is not the right word, but the people who are no longer writing us, that used to write CTA and are no longer, and I have a couple profiles in mind, because I have like friends and colleagues who, or people I meet, and they see the car and they come to you and tell you, all the issues they have with CTA, right? So there is like, for instance, there is like a middle-aged woman who used to ride alone to come from Oak Park or from Evanston and no longer does that because she's scared about all the stuff that is happening, it will happen to them. There is a young professional who works in some creative thing that is now remote. So used to use the train 5 days a week by the past. Now it's only 2 days, so he's thinking, well, it's 2 days, I hear dramas happening, so I'm gonna just take a lift. Right? And so that's, to me, to answer your question, is something missing here? I would be curious as to what are those personas who are out there and we need to capture either back or maybe new, right? So that's that.
Yeah, so I'd say on the anti-personas, what we've seen from other analysis is we have the same number of active Ventra cards on the system today as we did pre-COVID. So similar number of active accounts, right? Similar number of people are writing. They're just not writing as much. So I think to your point about that work from home, the person who has a safety concern is they might ride during the day when it's light. Something, Director Jha, you and I talked about. So they'll ride during the day when it's light, but they're not going to ride at night because they're worried about their safety. Or it is the person that's now work from home and they used to be a 30-day pass holder and they were commuting 5 days a week and now they're maybe not commuting that often. So they'll take CTA for a special event or something like that, maybe go see a friend, but they're not going to take us every day. And so how we've started to think about this, and I think it falls a little bit in that infrequent writer. We think that we have an importance to double down on the writers that are with us now and make sure that we continue to maximize for those. And I don't want to say we're abandoning anti-writers. That's not at all what we're doing, or abandoning those people that are not writing as frequently. But as we see it, as those people who are not writing as infrequently, those concerns are also reflected in the person that has to use transit, right? That has to write us every day. And so that's kind of how we're thinking about it. So I think as we think about some of these other folks, I think there is still that their frustration points is what's going to push them away, or maybe it has pushed them to not write as much. So I'd say that's kind of how we think about it and how we've been trying to prioritize some of the projects and some of the things we've been focused on is not necessarily saying, that person that has just left us completely has not come back to the system in 5 years. We're probably not in a place to try to go get them back. Where I think, we as a staff and hearing what you'd like to hear from the board, what we see is we'd like to think about that person who is with us 6 days, ride 6 rides a week. How do we maybe get 7th and 8th ride out of them? How do we start to make that investment so they feel like they can come back at the same frequency that they did pre-COVID? And then also, if you're not going to come back in the same frequency because your travel patterns are different, how do we start to look how CTA is not servicing those travel patterns and how we change our service or amend our service to better meet those travel patterns? So that's kind of how we've started to think about it. Sorry, Kara.
I think 2 things I would just add to that is, so last year we restarted our focus group initiative. And so those are sort of professionally conducted focus groups. They're screened for diversity of ride type, right? Every day versus relatively infrequent. So I think we're trying to get at the you've stopped riding persona and then sort of find those insights in the infrequent riders that show up to those focus groups. The other thing I would own is it's actually really hard to reach people that have stopped using the service, right? We have a lot of tools for reaching people even that are infrequent. And so I like the prompt. One of the first sort of projects I worked on in the public sector was trying to understand why families that are eligible for subsidized pre-K don't enroll their kids. And one of the hugest barriers was we couldn't find a family to then talk to. And so I say that because it gets back to some of the conversation we were having before. The anecdata from your community is in some ways the best way that we can reach that rider that stops. So I say, 1, share it. 2, we want to try to reach those riders. We want to welcome them back. It's not necessarily that it's not a priority. It is that data is really hard to gather because once you're not active in Ventra and we can't send you a survey, there is that barrier there. And we do think about how we can get through it. It's just that we're kind of approaching it from the lens of, we also know that we have the 1 or 2 day a week rider in some of these focus groups. And like Molly said, the insights are very similar about reliability, about safety. And so I think it's a good prompt for us though to think about if there's a way, can we shout it from the mountaintop? We want to hear from those riders that have stopped riding.
What's your criteria for saying Ventra active?
Ventra active in the last 90 days.
Okay. So they've used the system in the last 90 days. And if they have not in the 90 days, isn't that your data? Isn't that your population that you want to reach out to?
Yeah, we can still email those people that use a bank card, we can't email because we don't have an email address for them, so you have to be registered. And in the Metro system, we have about 50% registered, 50% unregistered, so population continues registering from there, but yeah, so we do have ways to reach them if they have left the system, that's old. I also think that there's also a point of, there's probably people that were, maybe have never saw CT as an option because they moved to the city, you know, during COVID or whatever, and so they maybe have never thought of CTA as an option. And so that's also a really hard group for us to try to reach as well.
I think one of our priorities in marketing and for 2025 is this concept of who is a dormant rider and how do we win them back? Even just like from a data perspective, understanding our data to say, are you dormant after 30 days? Are you dormant after 60 days? Because we did, you know, take the long view of how many people haven't come back since COVID. And it started to get so small that we know that almost everyone has come back in some way, shape, or form. And so like that very long view was not useful anymore, I think, in terms of really reaching people. But I think we're trying to segment, you know, at what point does it seem like you were a rider and then you stopped? And then we do need to reach out and say, why did you stop? And so some of this is also just the getting into us setting up a defined data mechanism to say, when do we want to win you back? And how do we start asking how we can win you back?
Right now, when the threshold of 90 days has passed, you guys don't proactively reach out to them to ask, hey, what's going on? Like there's no push notification or anything like that. It goes to them.
So we don't have that push notification, but as you'll see in the plan, like column 2 is how do we send targeted emails to encourage riders to come back, depending on the type of activities that they might be coming to. Again, I try to emphasize the last slide, the one with all the multicolored boxes represent all the activities or priorities, focus areas that we have for 2025. And that's where we could really use your help and lean in on where you think we should be prioritizing out of all of these activities.
Director Jha, what I think I'm hearing from you, what I think I'm hearing from you is, if you know these people went dormant, if you saw them riding 2 or 3 days a week for multiple weeks, even past 90 days, and all of a sudden after 90 days, they're not there anymore, we should be trying to reach out to them and trying to maybe do some type of, if you're a registered venture account, what happened? Like, where are you?
Yeah, like, you know, if when I'm shopping and I have something in my cart and then I decide not to buy it, I get a ping. It's like, hey, did you forget? Did you forget to buy this item, right?
Yep.
Or let's be real with the other mobility providers, right? Like they're going to send you a credit for a free ride. They're going to say, oh, you haven't tried us in a while. Here's $5 off to come back. We can't go that far, but I do think that there is this concept of we're taking initiative to ask what happened, to learn, to welcome you back. That I think is something that we want to.
And I think going back to your North Star could be, I want to give you $5 in 3 years. I'm just throwing that.
Yeah.
But to arrive at that North Star, you need to establish that communication between CTA and that rider one-on-one. That could just be, hey, we've missed you. We haven't seen you in a week, a month, 3 months, whatever that is. And then gradually you kind of, you know, go to your North Star of here's where we want to be. And then the second thing is if someone's riding 5 days a week or is coming to work, like I am now asked to be back in the office 5 days a week, right? So my blue line, I'm going to start using a lot more. Even with that, there are people that are not going to be in the office 5 days a week, right? Which would mean that I don't want to pay 75 for the month.
$75, yep.
Okay, so if I calculate it, if I'm going to be like 10 days in a month, do I want to pay 75? But here's an option, like when I use it for my family, when we're using the system, I just tap. My husband has his own Ventra, but my daughter doesn't have it. So I just tap. Somebody's flying out. I just tap and I'm like, yeah, you get 5 days. And I just found out that the 5 day thing was if you only buy like a day pass. But giving that opportunity to a rider to say, hey, I know you use it monthly pass, but if you're only coming a couple of days a week, why don't you try just tapping and we'll just take whatever you need, right? And then we'll cap it. Like, so to cap it, maybe that brings people back because you're not paying upfront all this money that you're not. And then so the tendency is I'll just pay the full fare when I need to, and I'm not going to buy this. So, but if you provide that opportunity, or I'll just take an Uber because it's going to be cheaper. So some of the things I think is is potentially kind of addressing some of the areas of like gap versus, you know, there is a rider, but pattern has changed. So how do you capture their attention back to say that this option is still more viable for you than going other routes?
How much time do we have?
We're over.
And
Have one.
there's still four of us that haven't shared.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should just share now, and maybe just take a few minutes, just so everybody gets to share.
Is that okay? And then.
Yeah. And thank you for wanting to reply to everything, but then everybody else doesn't get to share. So I wonder if maybe we could start with Director Eading.
Well, I just want to raise a question. I saw that focus groups were concentrated on those disabilities and the non-English. Was that, you know, why just those two groups and not the frequent or infrequent?
So we do focus groups on a variety of different topic areas.
Yeah.
I think, so like this year, we've done riders that are identified as women and non-binary riders.
Okay.
We have started scoping out a focus group specific to the topic of security. I think we didn't call them out here because mostly we wanted to indicate, if you look at this page, there aren't a lot of boxes specific to a non-English rider.
Right.
Or, a rider with disabilities. And and we're investing in some work this year to try to make more of that on the page, right? So we'll be thinking about cross-functional working groups that just look at the journey of the rider through that lens, and then doing those dedicated focus groups.
Okay.
So that as we think about later in 2025 and 2026, we have more boxes specific to those journeys because we know that there are often many pain points that probably we don't have enough data on and we aren't recognizing. So it wasn't necessarily to say and only, but more of a, we're double clicking on these two specifically too.
I'd say, Director Eady, from your community, if you think that there's a persona that maybe we're missing, that you think we should, you know, to use Kara's term, double click on, we'd love to hear that. Love to talk about how do we develop that customer journey for those personas.
Okay. Oh, that was my concern there. I'm good.
Director Lee?
I think one thing overarchingly that we're missing is just training overall for staff. It's like dealing with customers, dealing with safety, you know, all just like everyone's more aware of what's going on. And I think as a rider, I've noticed different staff members, different levels of understanding of all these things. So it's kind of a refresh. It'd be nice.
Chairman Barclay?
You know, the promotion of CTA through social media influence and partners, you know, just want to learn more about.
Chairman Barclay, can you please speak up?
Sure, just want to learn more about what we're doing to, you know, I don't see CTA doing a lot of advertising to really, you know, get people back on. I think sometimes we take it for granted that, you know, just because the train runs that people are gonna, you know, tap their venture card and get on. But I don't see us taking advantage of really promoting. I'd like to see more about that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna follow the question. So the personas that aren't here, definitely, you know, women, 40s, and men, I didn't see a whole lot of men. Age groups 20s, I think it's a really important sector to tap into. In terms of the topic areas or info that really caught my eye is that 45% are under 25K yearly annual incomes. Female, 60%. 45 years or older, 69%. And bus to bus being also a really important sort of cross connection. So having sort of those profiles in mind. And the other one, which is 24% Spanish speaking. Those are really important characteristics that whether that's one person or 5 people, I feel like those are really key components of who we have and who we want to retain. I also want to caution around so much data digging and so much data surveying we've heard loud and clear. There's been a lot of surveys and a lot of people, I think people have been very loud and clear around safety around the stations, whether they're bus or train, and frequency. And I didn't see safety or time as one of the components or characteristics that play a role. And I would imagine that these play a really critical role on whether, people are going to choose one mode or another mode, whether that be bicycle, walking, trains, or buses. So I really would encourage us to, really check ourselves on how much more data do we need and how much do we rather be putting it on these two things that we've heard loud and clear and consistently that need to be addressed. On 2025 components, there's a couple of recommendations. Again, connections around buses, north to south. We're not just a loop-centered city. So really looking at those conversations, I think it pairs really well with the TOD. The other one is really thinking about the third shift. There was a lot that I saw on there, especially in our communities of color. It's really important to think about that third shift and where they're going and how they're commuting. And then the last one is I would like to see as a reflection of all of that also our workforce represents more of our city. I think that can tackle a lot of things. There's 24% are Spanish speaking. Are we really responding to that? I've often been on buses where the rider can't understand the bus driver and they just can't connect. Happily, I'm there. I'm happy to support on that. But those levels of understanding can be easily solved, especially with one of the other items being increasing hiring. So I really love to bring that up again and really think through what are the ways that we can connect, because that can check a lot of the boxes that we're trying to do here. That's all. I hope I was concise enough.
Great feedback.
No, it's great.
Yep.
Peace.
All right. Sorry, I'm not even gonna. It's good.
We're only 30 minutes over time. It's nobody's fault. At this point in time in the program, there is lunch and an executive session. In an ideal world, if we come back by 1:10, we'll work with you on that. John and I can just talk faster in the afternoon. So I'm not sure what needs to be done from a governance perspective, but
We'll
All
check in with the area. I'll check in with you before we dive into it. But we want to move into the next segment. Are we, I want to make sure, are we done here before we set up directors, any
I would say that I'm very inspired by this list, but we need to talk about, I think there are a couple of other things we need to talk about. We don't have to hash that out now, but I think we need a follow-up session from this.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also maybe a prioritization discussions. I know that's what we wanted to get to, we just didn't get there.
The biggest thing that I'm gonna challenge you, Molly, is driving to metrics in terms, like, for example, promote CTA through social media influencer partnerships. How much money are we spending on it and have we really seen the return? And I think we just, as an agency, need to get into the habit of doing a properly vetted business case, kind of what you were talking about earlier, is like not just look at one metric for 6 months or a year short term, but like really look at me doing this today. How does that set up to the end goal of, where we want to be, and how is that influencing factor? We really, really need to look at every investment with that lens from a benefit standpoint, metric standpoint, because when you do it, you come back, I'd want to see this is what we got out of this and it was worth my time. Or we completely failed, this was not worth my time. I'm okay hearing we failed, but we have to have some targets and metrics that we want out of it.
And I'm gonna just add something minor for this conversation, but I feel it's major these days, which is especially for the excited visitor and for some of the populations that Rosa mentioned, especially young folks, people who carry stuff with them, like suitcases, backpacks are getting out of control. And I feel that, well, and that's number one complaint from or that is like caught by the security folks and all that, the people who don't want to take the backpack off or move it. But for the visitor, many of the stations along the blue and the orange line are not the easiest ones to navigate with those things. And I see people struggle all the time. So encourage you to put that in there somewhere, but it's just getting a bit out of control, and it's affecting every industry that moves people, but I feel we have.
Thank you for bringing that. That's like Blue Line. I take the Blue Line to the airport all the time and the suitcases are the biggest. You don't know where to put them because when you put them in front of you, the people can't move. There's a lot of people with suitcases too. We don't have a proper solution. for
Right,
that,
and
so.
people who had that problem once, then they don't come back. It's like, I don't want to do that anymore. So it's like they become anti-ambassadors in a way, so that's that.
Okay. I don't know who to look to.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on limited time, but we will definitely revisit. Break for lunch. Lunch will be in the board conference room. It'll be set up like in the kitchen area. You can bring your lunch into the board conference room so we can begin the session.
Yep.
Ready? Ready? Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started. I think based on the conversation we had this morning, we're going to suggest a little bit of pivot for this afternoon. I want to take advantage of the momentum from the discussion this morning, particularly off the comment that board member Ortiz brought up. During lunch, we did a little bit of research on the CTA website. We found the organization's mission, values, but there wasn't a vision statement. And so we're going to suggest, if board is, okay, we'll agree with that, that we take some time to discuss vision for the board, if that's where we want to go with. We also heard the term North Star several times this morning. So when we facilitate conversations with boards and clients, typically we do our why exercise, then get into mission, vision, and values. And so we don't want to separate too much time between the two conversations. So we can take a little bit of the conversation of the subjects that you all brought up during your why exercise, and some of the themes that came out of that discussion may populate some of the thoughts that may come up during the vision conversation. So if that's all right, the potential agenda for the afternoon could be a vision conversation, values, then get into success outcomes for the agency, governance and performance management, board work plan, and then close. So if you're okay with that, that could be what our agenda will be for the next couple of hours. Does that sound all right for you? All right. So we'll start with vision. What we'd like to do is take you through an exercise. At each one of your stations, you have a little marker with you. If you take out a piece of paper, so everyone had one, and if we skip down the timeline through the calendar, 5 years from now, and we were looking at on a Sunday morning, opening up the newspaper here in Chicago, and the headline for CTA, what would you want that headline to read? What would be the headline reading for Chicago Transit Authority agency? What would that headline be? If you had your druthers, you would write that headline, what would that read?
Grab it. Color, John, blue?
Blue's nice.
Blue's nice, all right. This is our sport coats. The lines are short.
This is 5
I know that's right.
5 years.
5 years.
5 years from now. That story to be.
Give you another minute to wrap up. Okay. All right, you ready? Who would like to go first? Go ahead.
Mine's very simple. CTA provides reliable, secure, and rapid transit to all its riders.
Reliable, secure,
And rapid.
rapid transit.
I think you said riders, I used customers.
That's
All right.
That's fine.
go right around.
I will next. Transit riders surpass car drivers in Chicago for the first time since 1920s.
Ooh, love it.
Bold.
Old.
As riders press, car riders.
In Chicago for the first time since 1920s.
I refer to what's the year 1940.
1920s.
1920s, thank you.
I'll go next to keep it moving.
Director Ortiz.
CTA is in year 5, its transformational journey, and is serving X percentage of people daily of the residents. It is connecting our residents north, south, east, and west. CTA is helping our city thrive.
All right. Year 5 of its transformational journey, connecting undefined percentage of
Residents,
residents,
north, south, east, and west,
southeast and west.
because there is an east. South, there's an east.
I don't know it.
And
And CTA is helping our city thrive,
helping the city thrive.
making the city thrive.
Mr. Chair.
CTA voted best public transit in America 3 consecutive years.
3 consecutive.
Very good. Like that.
It's riders or is this the APTA?
APTA.
Okay.
Okay.
Director Lee.
Waiting for him to catch up.
Just after being named, or just having the latest safest year, CTA just opens its last accessible station.
Love it.
You know, we're not aspirational.
Right.
Right.
Just experiencing safest year.
CTA just announced or just opened its last accessible station.
Director Eady.
Yes, a new level of increased ridership due to planned safety measures introduced in 2025.
They released or deployed?
Due to safety measures introduced in 2025.
Six different definitions of success. How do we help our team know their North Star? When we think about mission, vision, values, mission is about why we get out of bed every single day. Vision very clearly defines, the destination, aspiration. Values is, the words we use to define our culture, how we show up for each other, how we show up as an organization. What stands out to you? Any common threads, themes amongst these 6? Any
Safety. Safety. Sure.
safety?
I'd say ridership.
Riders. Mhm.
It's here. Yeah.
Riders.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Sure. All right, anything else?
Leadership.
Yeah.
In the forefront.
Yep. Yes. Six. thinking about these six independent statements, we start to think about like one statement that helps us cast that vision. Something we can give to our team, chew on a little bit, maybe give you feedback on as well, right? But who sees
Another headline, is that, another headline, is that what you're saying?
we're gonna group think it a little bit.
I understand,
All right.
Circle,
Yes.
but from what we've raised,
Yes.
yeah,
don't forget to circle accessibility, even though I'm the only one who said it.
yeah, that is.
All there. Michelle, I like that one because it's quantifiable, right? It's like there's a number.
All right, so let's start the bidding. Somebody wordsmith a statement here. Got our whys behind us real quick for reflection points. Well, yes, captured a couple why. Could you? Got some themes. All right.
So I can't wordsmith, but I can see there's an element of trust going on. All this, that even at a moment where some of our numbers are not at their best, your board, all of us have high, hopes that we can be the best, right?
Yeah.
And that means that we trust, and we trust because we think CTA can be trusted by the public to be the main form of transportation. So to me, that's an element in the vision.
Picking out some words to inspire a statement. Pastor, I'm counting on you to be inspired right now.
I needed that.
We're all putting our energy on you. At this.
See.
All of it kind of feeds into being the best though, right? Like that's for sure.
I like the best.
And like having increased ridership kind of feeds into that.
All right. Starting point, give you all something to react and respond to. Our vision is to be nationally recognized leader in safety, accessibility, and ridership growth.
Oh, I like that.
Stronger. Yeah, okay. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I like that. Nationally recognized leader.
Berto, what do you think?
I think we can go for globally.
I would say with that.
Yeah.
I also don't know if we need ridership growth. I think we provide all of these things.
Yeah.
Growth will come. I mean, that's an outcome.
Agree.
Not necessarily an input. It's an output.
Good.
Say that again.
The ridership growth piece is an output, not necessarily an input. Like just from if you provide secure, accessible, I think I had a couple of other words, reliable, rapid. I think rapid is a big thing. I mean, for people moving around, if it takes forever to get from point A to point B, that's why people choose to buy a car. And so if we want to take over folks that are driving to people taking transit, I think speed is another element of it. I think growth will come from those things.
So is that a vote for maybe globally recognized leader in safety, accessibility, and reliability?
Rapid transit.
Yeah, you got.
I heard the rapid more.
The rapid needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something like future looking, like mobility, like, or, yeah. Trying to We're looking.
All right, the writing gets sloppier at this point.
Yeah, we get it, we get it, we get it.
All right, all right.
Overlay, recognize.
Should ask, he's right for us.
Right, before you finish, maybe.
What?
We should ask ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah.
Here's all our input, come up with a really good business plan for us.
Yeah.
All right, for a vote here. Globally recognized leader in safe, reliable, rapid, accessible. Be a choice. Transit, mobility.
I like transit.
We use both.
Because I was, when you were writing, I was looking at it, globally recognized rapid transit leader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought so too.
Providing mobility, yeah.
Provide safe and reliable mobility.
Feels like we're part of the ecosystem. We're like.
Okay. Get close. Switching to the black marker now. Be honest. All right, I'm gonna try read my own writing now. All right, globally.
Yeah. Accessible. Mobility.
Like it.
And invite a staff to the conversation.
Sorry.
I like it.
I can live with that.
Globally recognized rapid transit for providing safe, reliable, accessible mobility.
Yeah, I was doing it as you were doing. I wrote, our vision is to be a globally recognized rapid mobility leader that excels in safety and accessibility. There's just a little
Yeah.
difference.
Friendly amendment there.
Right.
I like the
All
inclusion
good.
of reliable though.
Reliability
Needs to be.
need reliability.
Sorry.
And reliability is important.
Yeah.
That goes back to the trust.
Yeah.
Safety's come up a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Trust.
Yeah.
Ton of trust words over there.
All right, Rosa, I'm gonna ask you to give me your sentence. I'm gonna invite you to talk slow. I went to public school in Indiana, so I can, right? Give it to me.
Our vision
Good.
is to be a globally recognized rapid mobility leader that excels in safety, reliability, and accessibility.
The part about public school in Indiana. All right, let's give it. That excels.
That excels in safety, reliability, and accessibility. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna challenge my own recommendation.
Second.
Because it doesn't have people.
I second
What?
that motion.
By the best.
By the best people.
Yeah, like.
Do my own.
Is
Yeah.
the globally recognized rapid mobility leader that excels in safety.
Well, I think all of that is what you do for people.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I think people is inherent in that.
Yeah.
All right, Michael, read it for us.
Our vision is to be a globally recognized rapid mobility leader that excels in safety, reliability, and accessibility.
Directionally, pretty good.
I think so.
Mr. Chair, may I invite the voice of our acting president? Just sort of thought, reaction. Leah, what are we thinking, feeling in response to that?
No.
Nora.
Nora, oh my God. All right, it's nice. They're all yours.
I love it. Thoughts that are on my mind are affordability. Isn't in there? Enough word, but I'm just flagging that safety. I think where it's coming with the group is a lot about security and safe transit safety is an additional concept in terms of, accidents and safe rides on the system from that perspective. So I actually like that word plays in both directions. And then just affordability is on my mind. I think accessibility is another word that can capture affordability. I mean, more broadly, but if you want to make sure it means exactly what we mean, you could also add affordability.
I would agree about the affordability. I think
I would add that. Yeah.
that's important.
The
Affordability.
only thing I would say,
Oh, okay.
affordability is in the.
Always in the mission. Okay, I get you.
And.
Okay, that's right. Okay,
But
get you.
That's fine.
I hadn't calculated that.
Okay, all right. I think we could cook on that for a little bit. Let's all sleep. We'll have notes and after actions with April and something we can bring back.
Yeah, well, we'll have.
I think directionally, we might be on to something here. Clarity of vision. Do we think this is something that can transfer to our people? They have clarity about where we're going as an organization, our expectations as their board. I thought it was really wise and honest of you all to recognize, hey, where are we with respect to that vision? So thanks for letting us take us in that direction a little bit. No meter? All right. Good deal. I think that's a good working spot.
Start.
Yeah.
Good start.
Okay. So. I'm gonna hang some stuff. Oh, you fixed over here, I can't remember. That values. Look at that. Clarifying. Is it about organizational values or is it about, yeah?
So back to the website, now that the organization has outlined its mission, we've got a good framework for at least for a beginning conversation vision. There was a number of values outlined on the website. Just want to double back on that. Is that about organizational values, or is this about the culture of the agency? And so is this how we as employees show up, courteous, innovative, motivated, professional, reliable, results oriented?
Why should they be different?
Why should they be different?
Isn't your values as an organization should have a direct relation to the values that you exhibit as employees of that organization from a culture standpoint?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Should there be a difference between the values of the individuals of the organization versus the culture of the organization?
No, I think the values define your culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I second, they should be one.
Definitely should be one.
Agree.
I mean, just making sure we don't have any tweaks, refinements in terms of, like, we've got clarity of why we get out of bed every day. got clarity of the destination that we're headed to now. This is how our people show up, including ourselves, to be able to for that on that journey together.
Can we relook at those values? Like, I don't, or if someone has background as to how they got their, the roots of them, or how do we recheck the values?
It's, you know, I think it's a best practice to check in once in a while. Always good to engage with your employees in terms of those words. These do have definitions. Yes, Michelle?
Oh, no, sorry, I have a follow-up question. Just putting my hand up for later.
You got her. You know, it's a we believe statement, and then it goes into the definition of what courteous means here at CTA, which is always really important. We always counsel detail of the definition. These are our organizational values, and we have gone through great lengths to define them so that we've got that clarity of expectation. And, you know, one of the things that we would counsel for the organization is making sure that we're using them.
Yeah.
And as we have interactions and give feedback to each other in board meetings, how can we use our values to say, I recognize you're living our value of courtesy, you know, thank you for that. And also, how do you give feedback for growth opportunities, right? That's a way we make the culture of values pervasive. We have a daily huddle. We go through one of our values every day. Quarterly, we visit all 10 of our values, and really try and integrate those in the formal feedback discussions as well as formal feedback discussions, which we think are just, you know, I think generally heads are nodding, right? Those are behaviors of excellence that make them more than words in a lanyard or something like that, which can happen in a lot of organizations. So.
And you don't have to have too many. I come from an organization that has seen leadership principles. However, though, having those is so culturally rooted in how we behave every day that it is part of the conversation. Like you said, if I have to disagree with someone, I can use our values to say, I'm gonna have a backbone disagreement. And the other person knows exactly what I'm talking about, because that means we might disagree, but I'm in this with you. And we're not gonna go in circles for another 2 hours to talk about this, make a decision, move on, right? So I'd be curious from the team to sort of understand what are some of those, like when I say my job is to earn trust, because that's earn trust is one of the values or leadership principles that we go by. So I think like just having that and then having those disciplines described, so it's not vague, it's like very clear. Leaders behave this way, our employees behave this way, but that needs to be consistent top to bottom. Like everyone, when they say we want to be courteous, should know what that means. So I wonder if we have something like that already defined, because that's a big piece of the culture that you want to build. In terms of having everybody kind of speak the same language.
That's why I was raising my hand. I was gonna ask, you don't have to have answers now, but.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. That's why I was trying to like get to like, how are we measuring this and how are we disseminating this throughout the organization, and how are we, like what are the checks, the feedback loops that are in place? Because you gave great examples of what y'all are doing in your organization, like quarterly you do this, like every morning you have a huddle, or what, like how are we doing that? Because I'm not necessarily seeing that permeate through all the employees that I interact with here.
Yeah, I'd say that the mission statement is something you see a lot more prominently talked about at CTA in onboarding, and new employees are kind of, that mission is discussed more heavily. The values are also posted and around, but I think there's a lot of opportunity to kind of look at those, that those have not changed in the time I've been here. I think when you see them, you see a layer of a frontline, public facing employee value in the courteous, and then you see an overlay of also more strategic planning type of discussions. So I kind of like how it captures all of that, but I think it's a great discussion to think about how we could look at these and have them layered in the way you're talking about across different roles, because our agency does have very different types of roles at it that are distinct and important in their own ways.
Yeah.
I think what I've heard is, how do you use it and put it to use in your everyday,
Right.
day-to-day work within the organization. Whether or not those are the right ones, whether or not the agency chooses, let's say they are. How do you bring it down to the everyday work? I saw an individual, I was walking in and the person at the front desk greeted me very warmly today. That person lived our value of courtesy.
You're welcome.
Today.
Oh, you're talking about the guy now.
Thank you. So Johnny lived our value of courtesy today. It has to become
Part of your common
of
language.
Our common language, not just something that is stuck on the wall. And so, you know, whether or not these are the right ones or whatever, how do you make it a part
Part of your
of
day-to-day.
your everyday activity?
And that was something that I was kind of over here turning over in my mind, just to that point. Because to me, those are excellent terms if they were kind of like promoted or, lifted up, highlighted on a daily basis. But it could get redundant if it's just those words. But if, say, Monday is courtesy, if it's courtesy Monday, somebody will have to define what that means from week to week. How is courtesy or being courteous being expressed? This week it was one thing, but next week courtesy is another thing in terms of how it is expressed. How we as a personnel, how we as leaders manifest that courtesy. And then I'm just saying, Innovative Tuesday, all right, okay? On one week it's innovative, but what is about that innovation? So it's just something that I think those are some excellent captions. And I think that it can really be energizing. And at the same time, you're reinforcing it and you're drilling down on it week after week. But that is going to take a lot of work to put some other variations to the term. I hope you follow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have a couple thoughts on the topic before we dig into the words. One of the practices we see at a lot of organizations is how they think about performance evaluation. So we know we have a lot of interaction with our president in terms of organizational performance, but some of them will, very clearly specifically define objective criteria. What numbers did we achieve, right? And then the subjective criteria go to how do we show up? How are they living the values? What kind of feedback can we give to that? Create space in the dialogue, because now we're creating the language, right? Now we're creating the vernacular of our organization to be able to use it with each other. So the push is, how does an organization of this scale help everybody throughout the enterprise? How do we bring the values to life? And it's like a simple refreshing. RTD in Denver, our friends at RTD in Denver, obliterated their training and development department during COVID. It did not exist. They rebuilt it. And in that course of time, they had, a bunch of frontline supervisors and managers get promoted, but they had no leadership development training. So there's a lot of buddy to boss stuff happening. How does a field supervisor interact with their operators, their maintenance techs in a meaningful way? And they have three very clear priorities that they call back to basics, creating a welcoming transit environment. And the third one, people power. And within their people power, they did this supervisor and manager training, 400 supervisors and managers, but a complete refresh and revisit on their values. And how do you practically use those with your folks? And so they started a series of daily hand-ups, frontline stuff, stand-ups, frontline type stuff, obviously revisiting it in all their refresher training, and to really help the organization begin to embrace and understand.
I want to be thoughtful of our time. And you mentioned just kind of bringing everybody together. This is the first time we're coming together in a long time. So I find this really important time. I'm wondering, to be concrete in our conversation, can we create values for our board as a starting point? I think that might be helpful so we can I think creating values for the entire agency for CTA would be really helpful. But I would imagine that's gonna take, a much broader process. But what we can do is maybe create values that we all stand for as a board as our starting point for moving forward. So I just want to put that on the table to think about what concrete things are we moving.
Yeah, I would agree, because I think there are three tiers here. I think there's the board, there's CTA leadership, and then there's the rank and file. And some of this might apply to the bus operator on 79th Street. And some of it might not. I mean, in terms of innovation, maybe that doesn't apply to him. Courtesy, of course, does. But I think you almost have to distinguish these two or three groups. Because I think there are different values for, I want that bus operator or rail operator to be reliable.
Yeah.
And courteous.
Right.
And maybe if he or she does those two things, I'm happy with it. Because that'll be reflective in the customer experience, right? I want people who work for us to be innovative. I want them to, I have a different expectation for leaders there.
Yeah.
Versus those who are the rankings.
So let's go down that path. I'm gonna challenge you up front. Let's go down that path. I don't think you're gonna come up with anything at the end of that will be different for anyone in the agency. But let's go down the path.
I agree with you. I
Let's
agree with him.
go down the path.
And I don't think we should go down that path, just in the interest of time. Let me use 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Values are something that should be applicable to everybody. That doesn't, so for example, the 16 leadership principles that we follow, I can't always practice them because I practice the ones that apply to me.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that as an organization, you cannot have values. I also think we're not serving the entire population or all of our employees if we say that there is this portion of the team that is going to be innovative. I think innovation comes from a driver that's driving and figures out, hey, I can do this in 5 minutes. I can simplify something that is part of the process and can go to their manager and say, you know what, I figured out a different way of doing things. An example of that is the Amazon packaging box used to take significant amount of time to just tape it. And somebody at the lowest level at the fulfillment center figure out a tape that they could basically take it out without ripping the cardboard underneath it, and they can reuse it. So that's invent and simplify. That's our leadership principle, one of them, right? Now that, if you had to use the same analogy, like that would have never happened. So I think innovation is something that can come from anywhere and everywhere. So I think from coming up with like what's important, I think the Nora and her team needs to come up with. I don't think I think we as a board can say like, here, these are our values. Eventually though, when the team comes up with like, this is what I believe in, this is what this organization needs to do, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a very significant synergy in what we come up with for ourselves versus what you come up with. So I think it's an exercise that we need to think about. And once she sets that vision, I think the board needs to look at it and be like, we need to also practice that, because we have to exhibit those behaviors and those values for the rest of the team to look at and say like, they're doing the hard thing. This is how they're following. And that kind of paves the way for the rest of the organization.
So, a couple things. One, I agree with consolidating the values in the interest of time, because I do have a 4:30 hard stop. But also because I think one of the problems that we have is the perception of isolation of people who work in this building and the people who are frontline, and then the board. And I think if we have different values, we will further perpetuate this image that we are not the same and there's a hierarchy and all that stuff. I would love to find a set of values that we all agree on and apply differently, because the way I show up courteous to you all is different from the way the customer service person is going to, or the person in the garage. But we all gonna have to show up courteous to each other, professional, all that. And the second thing is I'm still kind of sitting here and with the fact that we don't have an equity value here. And for an agency that prides itself to serve people of low income, repairing the racial divides in Chicago, serving women more than men, that's still kind of like struggling. And kind of explains to me why 2 hours ago we had a back and forth about should we make money out of this or not. And I'm now realizing why, because we never adopted equity as a value that doesn't even need that question to start with, because we always lead with what's equitable, which is not making the most money possible of every piece of land. So those are my two contributions.
So with that, should we also include that in the vision, the equity piece?
I don't know. I'm
sorry, we already.
values.
Okay.
You know,
Sorry with it.
that's a value for the
Here, I agree.
for the agency.
Agreeing, I'm just saying, like, how far do we take?
Yeah.
I think that could be a very good, I think it also depends on how you define that. And so food for a broader conversation in that.
One thing I just wanted to add in support of the idea of shared values for everyone is that I do think that for everyone, even off of the front line, the service we provide is very motivating and inspiring for people. And people work here and do other things that aren't driving buses, but are energized by the impact of whatever they're doing. Ultimately, is that front-facing service that so many people rely upon. So connecting people as much to that sentiment, I think, is an inspiring thing for people to
Absolutely.
get their own.
Here's what I think the takeaways are within this moment. We're inviting our staff, and I believe we're in the context of developing a strategic plan right now. Right. So within the context of the strategic plan that the agency is preparing, some focus on what are the values that are, refresh, revisit. Definitely a vote for equity. It sounds like loud and clear.
Should ask the staff. Ask everybody, like a 3-question survey, like.
Yeah.
What do you think your values are? I mean, I bet you'll get some of the very, very similar things that they're already doing on the ground or they aspire to do, why they chose this job. I mean,
Yeah, and the other element that's really interesting here, given how much hiring we did recently, we have 2,000 new employees, right? So there's a real opportunity there, in case it's my word of the day, but to influence them and, because it would be interesting to really dive into that with operations, because I know people that have been around for a long time are kind of noticing this is different, right? I've got a lot of new people, whereas CTA used to have more people that had been here longer at certain areas of the agency. So it's a great time to do something like that.
going back to what we wanted to do.
Yeah, no, I think that's great.
So I think what we're hearing is, as a part of the staff is going to have, as a part of their strategic planning opportunity, another conversation about values of the organization, come back to the board with some updated values on that for discussion.
Yeah.
Does in the current iteration of values, are there definitions associated with that?
There are descriptions
Descriptions?
following those words.
Okay.
Yeah. They're we believe statements, I think is how they're phrased. That's a good thing. I think we generally want that individual ownership to take root. I do have do you think this question sets the stage? Forgive us now. We're weaving in and out of what we're going.
So.
What do you think?
When you think about how the board functions today, how would you describe the board's approach to managing results versus activities? So results versus activities, outcomes versus outputs. Think about the board's activities and board's agendas, there's actions that are being taken. How do you think about the functionality of the board in that regard?
I think.
Driving outcomes versus driving activities. Are we having conversations about doing things or changing outcomes? We talked this morning about TOD. So just using that as an example, are we driving outcomes for the community? Or, and I'm making up things, but you know, do 3 projects. Bring us 3 RFPs. Do 4, requests for proposals.
My vote is outcomes.
Is that an aspirational question or is it a historic question?
Yeah.
I guess,
Okay.
right?
Looking historic.
Historically, I think it's a mix of, again, this is my personal perspective.
Yeah.
Historically, what I've seen, it's heavily weight on activities, less weight on outcomes, but there are outcomes. It's not one versus the other. They're both, but I think the activities outweigh the outcomes.
And that might be because I'm so very new. I came in.
I'm not that old.
New on the board.
Joking.
We're all friends here today. John and I do have an agenda, right? In terms of thinking about, how do we set up our team for success? How do we give them absolute clarity around our expectations for what success looks like? I think one of the fundamental components of great leadership is clarity of the expectation.
Right.
Right. But, as the saying goes, you can have absolutely anything, you just can't have everything. And so we can pursue 52 goals, or we can dare to be great at 3 or 4 things that can be objectively measurable. Now, you all have literally, in terms of your KPI management dashboard, the vanguard in the transit industry. We see this a lot of places, the transparency, the volume, the clarity of the information related to what I'm going to call, not in a pejorative term, traditional transit KPIs, key performance indicators. We're leading the lead there. You all have really built a robust system for that. The question we ask, and thinking about the conversations that we've heard, going all the way back to the morning exercise of your why and why you're here, and then thinking about the conversation that we had related to the customer journey, and thinking about the conversation that we had around TOD, to what end are we enabling our team to succeed by narrowly focusing the 3 to 5 areas where we want to be great? We just established a vision being globally recognized as best in class. I'm the one who wrote and hung the doggone paper, and I can't, where did I put this vision statement? Where is it?
Fine.
Is that the one? No, it doesn't have a vision. There it is. How about it? Be globally recognized as a rapid mobility leader that excels in safety, reliability, and accessibility. Is that the latest one?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. How soon we forget. So the challenge might be to think about today, how do we think about what we call a success outcome? So this is a very specific Transpro term to us and what it means to us, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Obviously, something connected to how do we set an objectively measurable outcome for our team to drive lead the team around safety, around reliability, around accessibility. Themes I think I heard that you all might also be interested in economic impact, community value, customer experience or customer satisfaction, connected, related, but sometimes different things, or trip experience related to access, safety, security, distinguishing those, because some folks want to matter. So it's an invitation for you to think a little bit about, like, what expectations do we create for our leadership and our organization? We have all the data and information that's going to allow us to get to a place where we can objectively measure these. Now we've got direction towards a vision we think might be at the highest level success outcome of, and when I'm saying success outcome, and John, you can reel me in at any time, but we're talking about the value of what we deliver to our customers, to our stakeholders, to our community. What are those big things that we want to be able to point to say, this is the value we deliver to our community. These are the things that are important to us. This is where we choose to be great, so that we're not responding to the latest and the loudest, that we don't have that. Sometimes we get that call, we might have 2 or 3 people show up, but the facts tell us something different because we're focused on going this direction. And so that might be an opportunity for us to give that clarity of here's what success looks like for us at CTA. Attached soapbox, I'm sorry. Thoughts, reactions to that?
I want to react to your statement that our KPIs are the vanguard, because in a way they are, in that perhaps in volume and accessibility, like you can go in there and find every single thing. The problem with that, though, is that it's way too much, and without any sort of analysis of it, I'm at a loss as to what's working, what's not, what are the highlights. And if you are in and I'm not saying this is the culture, but if you are in a culture that is less of a learning organization and more of a punitive way, you tend to not highlight the things that are not working for fear, for whatever reason. And so part of the values need to be some type of culture that is about transparency on what are those indicators, what is a red, a green, and a yellow light right now, and how can we support you to improve in the red and continue and grow on the green. So I'm with you on the fact that I would love to have some of those measures to be a little bit more concentrated, simplified, yeah. And also to have honest analysis every month of what's working, what's not, what trends are we seeing, because right now it's just a lot.
Yeah, but no, wait. We want to jump over the table and give him a hug.
Yes.
Nailed it. Both of us. To say this, so I'm going to go age before. All this. Yeah. But what I think what in our industry and what you're seeing is we are so very good at measuring every output and input that every vehicle, every doohickey has the ability to push a data set. What I think the agency is looking for is direction from the board. What are their priorities? What is it that as board, you say here are the 3 to 5 or 10 or 15 things that are important so that they can say, all right, here are the outcomes that they're looking for. Here's the data that drives those outcomes. And here are the dashboard that green, yellow, red that you're looking for. Outside of that direction, they're not giving you a spaghetti bowl of everything, hoping that they cover everything just in case they're asked. And so I think what we're suggesting is let's have very clear success outcomes. Outcomes that are driven, that then can be driven by data, and that the team can have very clear understanding of what the expectations are. And I think they're expecting that from the board.
Post-pandemic or during the pandemic, we had this lull where people quit working and to rehire. We had ghost trains, groups, community groups that said we were not performing up to standard, not recognizing that we'd lost a percentage of our workforce. But like Nora said, we hired 2,000 operators. So for me, though there was a lot of noise, I saw outcome that was very much measurable because I saw the impact of that where we don't hear terms like ghost trains. We know that service has improved. And, but it goes back to what Raquel said, if we have reliable information each month that we can basically say, no, this is actually moving in the right direction. This is the likely outcome if we keep doing A, B, and C.
Yes, sir. I would say hiring 2,000, hiring 100, hiring 500, hiring 10,000 operators is not an outcome. That's an output. The outcome is
change,
reliability. So what you have said in your vision, reliability is the vision. So what are the metrics of reliability? Hiring 1 million operators. Yeah, that's an output.
I understand.
Let's give them metrics of reliability. So is that on-time performance? Maybe it's on-time performance. Maybe it's frequency of service. Maybe it's speed of trips. Maybe it's how many vehicles are put out on the street. So those are the metrics, not.
But we got all that with it. That's what went into getting where we eventually arrived. Becoming more reliable, having more service, those kinds of things. But sometimes I think the public felt that we were being given information that was inaccurate, that was not really reliable information. And as board members, we simply take the information that we receive at face value. And, unless proven otherwise, we certainly, rely on that. And we trust that.
That's back to the trust issue that was brought up. Sure.
No, but I think this is a great, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's after lunch. And I'm wondering if you can repeat the question so that I make sure I answer the question that's being asked.
You fall asleep.
So the question we're thinking about today's board.
Right now.
Right. How this board works today. We describe the board's approach to managing results, managing activity.
I second the original answer, which was what you shared. And what Director Eady said, which was, we think about outcomes, but we spend a lot of time on activities.
Right. So how do we move towards outcomes?
You tell us.
Managing results.
What they are.
What are the activities? I'm sorry, I'm just fly on the wall over here, but what are the activities when I need some
hiring
clarification.
2,000 bus drivers, that's an activity.
Right.
That the board was doing, the board was spending time on the activity of making sure that
Managing.
the activity of
Managing,
hiring,
so oversight, managing.
as opposed to the result of reliability. Or the board was doing the activity of hiring in the hopes that it got to the result of reliability. But you couldn't get to reliability.
Focusing, managing the activity as opposed to managing and monitoring the outcome. So if the outcome is reliability and hiring is an aspect of that to how we're getting to, is the board focusing on those metrics that shows we're on target to getting to that outcome of reliability? Or are we simply focused on, you hired 1,000, we're getting that report that we hired 1,000 this month and we're good with that? I think that's the question that's being posed.
And I think part of the discussion is.
I'm looking at both.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying is a lot of time gets spent on activities. And I think collectively, and again, we don't do the briefings together as a board, right? There's like a couple of folks, sometimes it's just a single person, but I think my understanding is that a lot of us have been kind of trying to pivot to more outcome-based, kind of consistent with earlier when you heard. With whatever we do, we need to work backwards from the outcome first, define the KPIs, and then work backwards from what activities need to happen to get there. But a lot of that piece is missing because we have a lot of information in the reports. Like I agree with Director Roquejo that there's a lot of data. I think there's a lot of analysis paralysis and surveys and this and that. What's the so what?
Yeah.
And I think we're getting through kind of understanding and I don't know, obviously like the history and everything, but some of it is the challenge of being in public service. Because, there are things we have to do that goes through the motion of what we have to do. But then also there's an opportunity as a team, I think, as we're transforming to think about with every decision making, whether it's RFP release or signing a contract or deciding to stop a relationship versus sign a new contract. I think we need to start from a place of the so what.
Mhm.
And I think that the team needs to do a better job of defining the so what, so we can get behind it. And a lot of time there's a ton of questions about the so what that doesn't quite get answered in a way that your confidence level increases. Like, okay, I know exactly where they're going, right? Back to the example, the hiring, the effort that the teams put together, since I've been on the board, it's immense. We're not talking about it. We always focus on we hired this many people. You'll never hear the team talk about, and because of that, I was able to get the service levels from, we talk about it, but that gets lost because the noise on we hired becomes I think the activity, the output becomes bigger than the outcome.
Yeah.
And I think that's a cultural shift that we need to, I think it's the way of thinking because everybody was like, oh, did they hire this many people or not? Because in our dashboard, we show our goal is to hire 5,000 people, let's say. Whereas the KPI should really be this year, we're going to get our service levels from 90 to 100. But the thing is, in the dashboard, you will see the number of people that we want to hire, which is cause and effect. And I think that's a cultural shift that we've been asking for it. It's in transition. It's not perfect. But I do agree with this assessment that we need to move more towards outcome-based activities that we can tie very clearly. If you're doing this, if you're spending $1 million, here's what I'm going to get from it. And it should be very straightforward. It shouldn't be something that we sit there for 3 hours and discuss. It should be simple, easy to understand. Based on what work we've done, here's what we're able to do. The bus shows up 10 minutes every single time, 90% of the time. If someone can say that with confidence, I think we've achieved the goal. It doesn't have to be, it could be 80%. There's no bar where we say, this is our bar. We want to get there in 2025. And from there, we're going to move the bar up or higher. And so that's something that's missing that we don't have that. And that's a cultural thing. I think we're learning to do that, or we're speaking that language.
Yeah. Listen, it's not uncommon, right? You can get drawn into the activity. I'm going to show you an example of how the RTA in Cleveland is thinking about this today. They do a performance scorecard, very similarly thought about success outcome and success definition this way. Ignore the scorecard thing for the moment. What they have done as established, and this is when I talked earlier about what are the objectively measurable criteria that India Birdsong is evaluated by as CEO of the RTA in Cleveland, and then they have values for the subjective evaluations. They have success outcomes. They define success and customer experience as growing their net promoter score to a 21. 2 seconds on net promoter score. If you've ever taken the survey that says willingness to recommend, your likelihood to recommend this service. If you're a 9 or a 10, you're a promoter. If you're 1 through 6, you're a detractor. If you're 7, 8, passive, you don't count. And so they're trying to get to a 21 This was their 2024 scorecard, but they're trying to get to a 21 in their net promoter. And points are telling you this is their most important thing. These are all their children, but that's their favorite child. That's the outcome that they're focused on. It doesn't minimize then that there are activities, key performance indicators that are helping them understand how do we move the needle on that. They've done a lot of work on bus cleanliness. They've done a lot of work on on-time performance because their customer surveys are telling them we're least satisfied with those things, but they're the most important to us.
Yeah.
And it was one of the things that got our attention. The profiles are fascinating and interesting. Do we know where the least amount of satisfaction occurs on the most important things? Because we could do 1,000 different things. But if we know cleanliness, on time, real-time information are the 3 most important things that our folks are least satisfied with, ops team, go make it happen, right? We've got clarity now because we're trying to achieve that. So that's a way that they think about and use those success outcomes. My argument would be, you know, their hiring goal, they created this metric called vacancy fill rate, right? The recognition that they've got a vacancy, they're trying to close that gap. Same thing as hiring 2,000 operators, or 2,000. We didn't just hire the people to close the gap, right? We were talking about service reliability. Service reliability is connected to customer experience, right? So they've zeroed in on that. We're not saying this is the way you all should do it, but we are suggesting this is a pretty good way to do it. And it gives clarity to our team now, okay, 4 most important things. There are lots of things we're going to get drawn into. We're a big agency. We're incredibly impactful in the community we serve. But at the CTA, we care about 1, 2, 3, 4 as the most important things. And we're going to report progress to this board on a quarterly basis about how we're doing. May tell you a little bit about what we're doing or changes you might see. We also can create some agility, some nimbleness within the organization to, once a strength becomes something that we maintain, maybe we need to now start focusing on the other things that are important. Emerging is more important. So some general thinking about that. KPIs do play a place in that. That's how they report quarterly. So on that customer experience thing. So back to all the data that's available. So they've recognized by listening to their customers a handful of different things, right? Net Promoter Score is there, weighted very heavily. Overall customer satisfaction factors into their customer experience definition. These 4 things are all informed by their customer survey. You know, the perception of do I feel safe and secure? What do our customers say about how they actually feel? They can compare that to their actual on-time performance versus the impression of on-time performance. Why does that matter? Well, we might be on time 87% of the time, but if our customers believe we're only on time 67% of the time, we probably don't have a service issue. Probably have a communication issue. And what's the strategy now that the team, so rather than as a board, you know, necessarily digging into what are the things we're doing to make sure we're doing that, how are we doing at achieving the results? Yeah, go ahead. I want to go back to the question, but I think we should take a break. I think we should move around for 7.5 minutes. Can't give you a full 10 anymore. We're out of time. 7.5 minutes. Let's just pause, come back to this success outcomes conversation, try and wrap it up tight and get into making sure we get into things that you identified on your agenda. That's important to you for governance. So we don't want to miss that. All right, 7.5 minute break starts now. I'm setting a timer.
Director, I do think consistency, we need to find a way to define that before we get off of that. It reminds me of a client we had once, relatively large rail client, who boasted Director, their on-time performance. I do think consistency, we need to find a way to define that before we get off of that. Pre-COVID, it reminds me of a client that we had, they had 95% on-time performance, but their trains off peak, like 50% off. So imagine being a customer who had to take a train off peak and knew that 1 out of 50% of those trains may have shown up. There's no, what did you think about that 95% number that they kept touting. So consistency matters in this. So numbers can be skewed depending on where you fall on that continuum. So I hear you on consistency, but figure out how do we define that. So let's talk a little bit about board governance. So all of a high performing board, this little thing, whether you call it a seesaw or a teeter-totter, we like to think of that in terms of the relationship between the board and the executive staff. So on the far left, you have the board, and I'll take you through a little bit of a physics exercise. Board president towards the fulcrum in the middle, the CEO towards the right, and the executive team towards the far right. Typically, the physics side of this says if you exert leverage on one far end or the other, you're going to have a very distinct outcome. If the executive team on the far right exerts too much leverage, the board is going to go flying on the left, and vice versa. And so what you're looking for is balance in that, balance in the relationship, balance in the action on that. And so what we're in this relationship, you want to ensure that neither side is exerting too much leverage in that relationship. And so as we're describing that, we like to use sports analogies in Transpro. So I'm an AFC North, recovering AFC North fan. So I don't think I'm going to make any enemies here in this. But you may recognize the people we're going to talk about here in this. You know, the difference between this, you have the Dallas Cowboys owner on the left and the New England Patriots owner on the right. Very different way of management on that. If you think of them as the board owner, as the board president, or as and on that, which one exerts more pressure on that? And the team as the executive team, the coach as the president or CEO of the organization. Despite different levels of success, you have one side who believes that they should be on the field, calling plays. Another who has a different level of success, understands the relationship between the executive team as a coach and the board chairman and the roles associated with each. So bringing that back to the conversation at hand, the elements of a high-performing board: hire, align, monitor, and evaluate progress. When we're looking at that, the board's roles: hire the CEO, align with the CEO or president around success outcomes. We spent a good deal of time this afternoon talking about success outcomes, monitoring the organization's progress towards delivering success, and evaluating the executive on an ongoing basis. Now, this is a circular activity, but you're not going to hopefully be in a position where you're hiring an executive on an ongoing basis. And so ideally, it would be hire, align, monitor, evaluate, back to alignment, monitor, evaluate, and it would go in a semicircular route. But what is critically important is the alignment with the CEO on success outcomes. And so the process that we're in now about alignment around success outcomes and working with the staff in developing those success outcomes, that the board understands you've already laid out what you believe is the vision of the agency. You have, in theory, given the direction to the executive team to develop success outcomes based on the vision that you have outlined, they will come back to you with success outcomes and metrics that can be assigned to each one of those. The board then can, in each one of those success outcomes, assign goals, whether those, and those should be quantifiable goals, whether those are on-time measures of on-time performance, metrics of economic impact, safety-related metrics, but those are metrics that should be quantifiable and that the executive team and leadership team agrees can be, they are in line with. And then agrees on the monitoring. This shouldn't be an ongoing basis, whether it's monthly, quarterly, it should not be annual. This can't be something that the executive team only gets one shot each year to measure up to. As you talk about your KPIs and your performance dashboard, there should be no surprises in that. As you're taking a look and you've established the success outcomes, whether or not you discuss that, as I mentioned earlier, monthly or quarterly, there should be an ongoing discussion between the board and the executive team about the performance of the agency as you monitor and then evaluate the performance of the team. Any questions on that process before we move on? Great. So as we're going through that, the role of the board is providing feedback to the executive and the executive team, particularly from external feedback. So who do you listen to? Customers, consultants like us, regulators, politicians, management, customers from the community. Consultants, people like us, you brought in to provide expertise in various areas. Regulators, you've got Illinois DOT, you've got FTA, politicians both locally at state level and the federal level, and then management. You're going to receive feedback from staff on particular areas. And so you're going to, that feedback is going to come both internally and externally. You're going to have to take in data points from all of the above, but at the end of the day, the decision points are yours. You're going to use that, the data that you receive from those success outcomes, filter that through the information that you're receiving from your constituents and make decisions as a board. But one of the most important things that a board can do is delegate. The biggest, I will say, as a former executive, the biggest mistakes boards have made is to give in to the allure of trying to run the agency themselves, to get into the tactical levels of running the organization. The role of the board is to stay at the strategic level, to provide strategic leadership to the agency and provide direction to the leadership board, to hold them accountable to those success outcomes that you held, and then delegate authority to the executive team to meet those boards and hold them accountable to that. The board has total authority and total accountability, but you're forced to exercise that and trust to the executive team to fulfill that accountability. But it also requires the board to pay very close attention to the work level and the output and the outcomes of the executive team in meeting those goals and objectives and the vision of the agency and the success outcomes that you've agreed upon. Going back to that continuum, that gets into the monitoring aspect and the feedback to the executive team. Monitoring the work and outcome of the executive team is the most important thing that a board can do. Providing feedback, ongoing feedback to the executive team. going back to the conversation we had about activity versus outcomes, there's also a delicate balance to the board. It is very easy to fall into the rubber stamp. You get an agenda, a whole bunch of activity that fills up an afternoon, and you're taking votes and you're seeming like you're fulfilling the role of board members. But you're following activities rather than driving outcomes. So that balance here, you don't want to be a rubber stamp to an agency, but you also don't want to micromanage. So it's back on that teeter-totter, back on that seesaw of finding that delicate balance. We're working towards and establishing those success outcomes. You're establishing goals and objectives. You're keeping within guidelines. In that conversation you had earlier today about TOD, you gave guidelines. You pushed back on staff to give you and to trust in you, to give you the information, to bring you to step a little bit outside of their comfort zone, to give you projects and to trust that you will find the money to meet the goals that you've established. Again, not rubber stamping, but also not micromanaging and doing the job of the staff that you've entrusted. That allows management to do their jobs to meet the goals that the board has established. So what the board owes to management. The board obviously wants management to succeed, and you're in that transition period now of choosing a new president. And so the board, in order to increase the likelihood that management will be successful, making it possible to recognize whether or not they are successful. Again, establishing, working with the leadership to establish those success outcomes, to establish those goals and objectives, to, on a regular cadence, monitor the performance of the executive and provide ongoing feedback. Helps to ensure that the success of the executive and the executive team. So the board has one employee, and that is the president and CEO. The board should use one point of single delegation, and it's essential that the board delegate to this position all of the authority and accountability to meet the expectations of this board. The board delegates all authority to the president to achieve the goals that you've established. The success outcomes that you have determined and will determine to meet the goals that you've established. And so the role of the CEO or the president articulates the mission and vision, develops the strategic plan that is in development now, develops the plans and structures to meet the goals and objectives, hires and manages staff, implements strategies, leads change and innovation in the organization, develops the systems to meet those goals, and equips the board with the tools and information to monitor their performance. The president runs the organization based on the plan that the team has developed and that you are monitoring the activity of based on the success outcomes and the performance metrics that you've established.
Already asked that question.
We've already asked that question. So over the next several months, developing alignment with the president to define success, working to ensure that there's adequate measurement towards realizing success. So what is the cadence of monitoring that you'll work with the president to understand you've established those success outcomes? What is the cadence of monitoring? Where will that communications come? and then providing meaningful feedback. We would offer that should not be annually, that should be more than once a year. Whether or not that's monthly at board meetings or quarterly, you'll have to determine that, but that needs to be an ongoing cadence of feedback to the executive. Any thoughts on that before we move on? Questions, comments?
Okay. So close. We're almost there. I mean, one of these. Well, we've already seen the performance scorecard. It's a tool that, you know, we've seen other organizations use. Obviously, we've gotten some clarity today, at least on expectations of staff, thinking about outcomes goals with some clarity and making recommendations to the board as part of the strategic plan. So that's a great action step. I'm not going to take you through this any more than we already have, but we've got some questions that I think we want to follow up in terms of defining success for governance going forward and making sure we talked about, you know, potentially values of the board. I like where we landed on values, but what about expectations of each other in terms of this? And so a simple question here to start the conversation, about 30 minutes of some questions here. What does success look like with respect to board governance for this board? How do you feel? Think about it in terms of defining expectations of each other, in terms of what excellence looks like for us.
I think there has to be trust established, that things that are sometimes discussed amongst board members will stay at that level unless otherwise agreed to discuss.
Trust defined by transparency, inclusion, those types of things?
Yes.
Does anybody disagree with trust as it, okay. Too late in the day for that joke, sorry. All right. I'll tighten it up, I'm sorry, guys. What else? What else defines success? What success look like for us as a board as we go forward, working together? Supporting the success of our team, driving transformation. So,
I think I don't know how to say this, but I think being a change agent, like being probably like the top where you're allowing or enabling the executive team to safely bring change and transformation. I think
supporting, leading, driving.
I think, again, I mean, we're not the one running the day-to-day. So definitely providing thought leadership and supporting with the intent that it ties back to the goals that we put in place, back to the vision statement.
One of my favorite moments of the day was when our TOD staff asked the question, well, you know, what should we focus on? You all wisely said, give us a recommendation. Tell us what success looks like, and we can accept our role in helping you get the resources you need to be able to drive that. I thought that was a great moment today. And didn't want it to get lost, but I think this is about change and thought leadership, right? We can help you think through those ways. That is ownership of your responsibility as the strategic leaders of the organization. What else does success look like for us from a board governance perspective?
What comes to me is a common agenda, a common focus. One that we all agree on.
So things like vision.
Yeah.
Success outcomes, right? Clarity of what we give for our team, that absolute alignment, you know, it's interesting, it's fundamental. A lot of organizations miss it. They don't realize they haven't defined where they're going or what success looks like. And they wonder, why are we circling? So I think that's really core.
I think there's a part of the role that is about ambassadorship, like, be whatever you are, bring with you the agency and present the agency to others in the best light possible, all of that stuff.
I like that.
And a part that is about connected to that, embodying the values that we expect in everybody else in our daily interactions, professional, whenever we're wearing like that hat. I think it's important that we agree that we need to be driven by equity, that we act that way. If courtesy is another value, we have to be models of that. So that part that is, I don't know, accountability to the values or embodying the values.
The unfair burden of leadership, modeling the behaviors of excellence that we expect from others. It's good. Doggone it. Take that on. That's good. That's good. This table, we're here, seeing a conversation about what our board members, putting all on the spot, even court reporter had known. The board is having a conversation among themselves about what success looks like in governance for them. Couple of ideas, ambassadorship. I will not name names, but there are organizations where some senior executives get nervous when their board members take on that ambassador role. You know, there's this, so what's the expectation? You're out in the community. What do you need from our staff? What do you hope they come to you for to make sure we're all in alignment? We don't want you to be out there promising a PRT line to somewhere, and that's not part of our plan, right? Maybe this has happened somewhere else. Again, I'm not naming names, but what are your expectations? A way to make sure, that's a role they can fulfill. What do you need from them?
I'll just volunteer.
Yeah.
And this is, it's not that it's lacking, but just to say, I think it's actually strength, the clarity of even when we're not so sure, like what is our messaging, but our board is very good at coming back and saying, if we're asked about this, what is the agency's position on this? So I think clarity of messaging, position, I think all of that would be helpful in the success of this board, and particularly in that ambassadorship role.
Thank you, April. Other thoughts?
I just wanted to add to the idea of a common agenda and focus, which is true, but the contrast to that is also strength of the board is that it's a group of individuals with a different set of experiences and opinions. And that's one of the things I value most about the experience is that you're going to get a different angle on slightly different from everyone. And what that does when it's running best is produce a really, well-rounded, thoughtful discussion of something. So doesn't really change the governance, but I'm just pointing out that strength of individuals in a group.
Good news, board, no groupthink. You get to be yourself, you get to bring that perspective. They value that. They need that. Good.
I'm gonna highlight the two words that weren't said that you put on there, which was transparency and inclusion, and collaboration.
Starting to build an operating model here for how we work together. It's good. Any other thoughts on this question? Going once, going twice? Oh, yes.
Probably understanding boundaries.
Tell me more.
You know, the demarcation between management and the board so that you don't cross that. Or you're very careful to understand that the board is there providing oversight, action, and not managing the day-to-day.
We can take for granted, right? You have your committees, you have working relationships with maybe the staff members from those committees. It's comfortable to call them, but maybe we just inadvertently miss Nora or something like that, right? And this person is Chairman Barkley's asking me for XYZ. I gotta go do XYZ. That happens in an organization. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to tell them no? No, we gotta remember that we're in this relationship and there are roles, and it doesn't mean don't contact the team members, right? It means let's be aligned in terms of what expectations are we creating, what the boundaries are in terms of those roles, what's the right venue. But sometimes we may have to have a conversation like, hey, give me a heads up, give me a CC on that thing to make sure I have that visibility. I like that one a lot. Any other thoughts on this question?
I would say visibility.
What's that?
And visibility, flexibility, and dexterity. I think that this is a moment of change. Definitely in terms of leadership, there's been a very strong leader at the helm of CTA who had amazing connections around the entire world and definitely into DC. DC has changed. The leadership here is changing. The political climate is changing, has changed. And the needs of the agency are great. And so I just think that it probably will require that folks maybe do things in a different kind of way as it relates to making sure that the board looks as strong as possible, looks like they are on message together as possible in as many instances as possible, and is also flexible. And so that, you know, at the end of the day, the ball gets through the hoop, whether that's the funding coming from Springfield or being able to circumvent and move around with whatever might come out of DC.
Michelle, we're having a conversation around the question, what does success look like for the board, for board governance, and talk through a couple ideas. Trust, embracing our role as change agents and being supportive and thought partners. Making sure we get clarity around that common agenda and focus, serving as ambassadors, continuing to maintain our diverse and unique perspectives, and helping the team think through and work through problems, being collaborative, understanding the boundaries between management and board, as well as our visibility, flexibility, and dexterity in this changing environment. Yeah. I'm going to go past this question because I think we addressed it in our values conversation. I think that we understand the values are going to continue to evolve and develop it, right? There's an action item here that we've given staff in our strategic plan development process, some recommend to us if there are tweaks, refinements in our values to make sure that equity is represented in those. Good, skipping ahead.
Can I add one to board success?
Yeah, please. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Maybe accountability somewhere?
Accountability to each other.
Yeah, but also we can hold the authority accountable somehow.
Absolutely.
Would be nice.
All right. I'm going to skip to our work plan. And if we have time for the last question, all right, because this, I think this is pretty critical. So we talked about wide universe of things today. We started the day talking about our why, connecting our personal missions and sharing that with each other. We then shifted gears a little bit, got into a couple technical conversations, but understanding the need from our team, wanting clarity of expectation from you around our GOD strategies, How do we focus and prioritize on customer strategies? I don't know what you did in executive session, but it was exciting. And then we came back and have had an interesting conversation around how do we think about our vision, giving clarity to where we want to be 5 years from now. And then what does success look like? How do we start to think about and invite our staff to think about telling us how they think about success in some really key categories? Revisited some better practices, best practices, and our working relationship as board and governance. And so, across this whole gambit, there might be some things that we're taking on as a board that start to inform our agenda. Now, we may not know everything yet, right? Staff may come to us and say, these are things we're also going to need from a policy perspective. These are things we might want to look at from an actual functioning governance perspective. But when you think about the work that we need to take on as a board, formed by this very broad and diverse conversation, what do we got to get done? What do we got to get done this year? What are we starting to see at least emerge potentially as things that inform our work plan as a body? Did I ask the question well? John, you want to restate am I good? Question, all right. I'm king of like the 8-part question. That's the team makes fun of me for that, so sure. What do we think we've identified through today's conversations that we want to make sure we address as a team, as a board, from a policy perspective?
So we can separate the two separate categories: governance and how you are organized and how you function, and policy is separate. You had a robust conversation this morning about transit-oriented development. Obviously, me speaking, I don't think you've finished that conversation. So I think TOD is probably an ongoing conversation. Are there any, well, let's start with policy. Are there any more policy discussions like TOD that you want to, I think equity? We had some budding discussions around equity perhaps.
I think advocating for a change in the funding formula is a policy issue that.
Funding, I've heard the phrase, which is something that keeps me awake at night, fiscal cliff.
Yeah. Talking about State House, Springfield.
State House.
This is like overarching policy or like board policy, like both?
I would say both.
It's like potentially could we examine establishing different committees to address some of the things?
I would say
committees, I suppose, like there's
subcommittees on the governance side.
Okay.
So we can start with policy.
And move backward.
But we can do both. Do governance and policy.
Policy wise, let's add safety. Sure. Safety keeps coming up, so have pop up again.
Safety. Well, let me ask you this. Let's dig a little bit into safety, because from a transit standpoint, are we talking about personal security or safety? Safety is, did the bus hit a car or did the train derail?
Well, I'm thinking security,
Right.
but also security for our frontline employees as well as
So security.
Correct.
Is right.
But safety is table stakes, like we shouldn't be hitting any. More towards security then.
My guess is it's more security rather than safety. From looking at statistics, CTA is a rather safe operation. They're not a lot of incidents, and security is a different conversation. And that's nationwide.
That's an interesting topic because they're different and I understand why, you know, in your structure, it's different. But I think in the context of our city and the media on how CTA and the experiences that we all have, kind of merge those in terms of feeling safe and being on a bus or on a train. And also feeling safe waiting on a bus stop in terms of security. So it's kind of interesting because they feel intertwined, in my opinion, in our context. So I don't know, we could separate them or we could just keep thinking about them being mutually intertwined.
Yeah, I think, and it's, we can say safety/security. I think it's more as long as we're understanding what we're talking about. Safety, we're talking about personal safety/security. You're not worried about if I get on that bus, is that bus going to get me where I'm going? People are worried about themselves, the individuals. And so whether we call that safety or security, that's vernacular. But the trains and buses themselves are not the issue. It's what is happening as you're waiting and what may or may not happen while you're in the vehicle.
Yeah, that's more personal security.
That's personal.
Yeah, versus two trains colliding, you know.
Right. It's real.
I think
It's real.
they're together. I don't think they're separate. They're safety and security. Because one impacts the other. To your point.
Can't, without going into them, there were one or two topics. The headlines, the titles, what are they labeled in terms of potential for governance? Work, just so that they're mindful that something's coming.
Oh, we talked
Bylaws. Yeah, bylaws, okay. Thank you.
I stepped out for a little bit. I don't know if we already talked about this, but one of the things that we've been also talking about is this idea of like 5 years down the line or 10 or 15. How does CTA operate? Which also has to do a lot with how we've operated so far versus how do we create this modern transit, right? And so I think understanding the strategic roadmap in terms of how can CTA innovate itself to align with the modern changing technology in place. So it's set up for the next 30, 60 years, I think is a conversation we've been trying to have that we haven't really made a lot of progress. This time is ripe. Just think about that, especially when we're talking about from a vision standpoint, how does that impact how we set our goals and outcomes?
To me, it's a bit different than just security. To me, it's more like customer experience in that a lot of the negative commentary from riders, it's not necessarily that they feel they're going to be robbed or they're going to be shot. That could happen, sadly, but that's not what most of the energy is. Most of the energy is in the deterioration of the civility and the norms of conduct in our trains, stations, buses. Like there used to be a standard and it's gone. You know, smoking is okay, yelling is okay, listening to your phone without headphones is okay. And to me, that is almost as urgent and priority as the more specific, you know, security, police, you know, issues, which are important too. But to me, it's something more global around experience of our riders not being up to the standards that should be. I don't know how to phrase this in a policy way. And I would like to make sure that we don't state the weight of the crime and forget the more soft part of this, which is how people behave and respect each other, etc.
Maybe enforcement of conduct or?
It's enforcement, but it's also like people behave in a space based on the space itself too. You know, like, so a part of this, yes, it's enforcement, it's about telling people, but also you get into a station and it's desolate and customer service is not that great and there is garbage and there's a kind that tells you I can get away with things right here and I can behave a certain way. So I don't know. Enforcement is one part. I'm not sure.
Standards, I guess.
I think there's an opportunity at hand too, though, because I think the civility issue, and you use the word global, is a global issue. Because we're also watching people getting taken off of airplanes because they assault stewardesses and because they assault pilots and because they assault each other. And we're watching people do a lot of really interesting things post-COVID. And so, you know, the A+ to the agency, the entity, whether it's in transit or air or bus or rail, that comes up with the solution for civility the quickest and makes it the thing to be and the thing to do and sets that path for the rest of the world. That's not just us. That's everywhere you go right now. You're worried when you sit on the airplane about who you're sitting next to. Just like you're worried when you get on a train about whether or not somebody's gonna pull a blunt out and blow it in your face. So the civility issue and the breakdown of civility in today's society post-COVID is something that perhaps there needs to be a CTA orchestrated bigger conversation around. I don't know how you're gonna do that with the Trump administration, but it's a bigger conversation so that there can be a meeting of the minds around how do we get back to a place of where human dignity is appreciated and celebrated.
I agree. I do not disagree at all with what you just said, Georgette. And also want to highlight that my experience in trains and buses in my other country, Spain, is radically different than here. And there are civility issues too, you know, and some people doing weird stuff. But the pervasiveness here, and it's just, and the smoking and all that stuff is just like levels of this that have developed in a way here that I don't see on the other side of the pond. In part because the experience when you enter a station, when you enter a bus, is also radically different, right? So yes, and to that thing, because globally, a lot of other countries have come out of COVID and are now kind of back to normal, and we're still struggling. And to this day, I still this morning got in the bus and smelled like somebody was like, what's going on, right? So
I think that one thing I'd like to see the board do is to have management at least have a plan. I don't sense that there's a real plan to address an issue like this. It's almost like it's just going to be that way. That's the sense I get. And this is the number one issue that many of our customers have complained about. And yet I don't see a real action plan. I mean, we sat down with the superintendent, police, and said, help us. And his response was, do you want me to catch these criminals who have guns? Or do you want me to stop somebody from smoking on the train? Like, yeah, catch the robbers and the murderers, right? I get that. But that still doesn't answer the fundamental question for our customers as to how did we get to this point where it's all right to just light up, sell drugs on the train, and nobody does anything to really stop it, except maybe we should open up windows since we don't share the place out. But I mean, we have to address this because customers aren't going to come back and ride the trains if they see that there's nothing being done about their experience when they're riding.
And can I just add, I don't want to take too much space, but I feel there's been efforts, honest efforts from leadership staff to address this, right? And they have not produced the results yet. So why do we keep trying the same thing? One thing that I've been missing in the whole thing is I see security, police, dogs, cameras, all that stuff. What I haven't seen is a more community-based service approach to these issues, number one. And second, and I always get all the lawyers mad at me when I say this, but this agency has a wealth of lawyers. It's great. I love it. Thank you. You're here. Thank you. But we don't have the same level of capacity in things like behavioral experts, people who understand human behavior and can tell you, actually, if you do this, this, and that, you may not even need that police there because those are going to be the signs that this person is going to get. No. So I feel that the same way that we have such a robust, legal department that tells us all the things, etc., we need some of those experts that are a little bit more risk prone and experimental to address the problems that we keep trying to address with the solutions that are not really working, like traditional policing, enforcement, etc., which do have their place, but alone are not.
So, in being mindful of our time, I captured a handful of things. I think on this particular last point, I give you a domino to help us think about what we might expect and potentially what we've just communicated to our staff, right? We've got this clarity of vision, global recognition that potentially customer experience emerges as success outcome for us, something to really focus on within that strategic plan, and that there's an expectation here. This is a place where we really want to move the needle on, and we're going to be looking for a customer experience strategy that details out how we're going to live our value of being innovative, addressing those. So that might be the construct. We're going to have to sleep on this in terms of how we frame it out, shape it up, and come back with April and make sure that's what we were thinking of talking about, but to also make it useful as advice to our staff as they go forward. Any last word on any of that before we wrap? Because that was the last question. What advice does the board have to the staff as it advances the strategic plan? And I think through some of this, both you've assigned yourselves some work and things that you might be addressing tactically and looking to the staff to make recommendations to you. Have some mindfulness of this. I think there's a lot of weight wrapped into your strategic plan. I will let you all give Nora that advice when it fits your schedule, because we're here. We made it to closing remarks. We actually did almost do every slide, by the way, which is kind of a so thanks for your agility and flexibility. We'll give you the last word for closing remarks. Nora, anything you would like to share?
Mainly just thank you. I really feel like there was a lot of great discussion here today that I'm still digesting in my afternoon feel here. But I felt like we hit on really important things, and I see a lot of places where we right now, like I started with this morning, having this conversation right now is particularly poignant and meaningful on so many different levels. I mean, we're in an unprecedented time as an industry, as an agency, as a city, as a country, thinking about all these aspects. So I think there can be some really we bring back to the area. I look forward to discussing with my team on what got discussed today as well.
Sure.
So I want to thank Brian and Aaron. Thank you for coming. Thank you for guiding us through this day. It's been a long day. don't feed us jerk in the middle of the day and expect us to be
Awake.
awake. So it's been a very informative period. I think that we learned a great deal. This gives us some working tools to go back and refine, sharpen our tools to become a better board so that we can serve the public and the city. And so I want to thank you for coming and for sharing and taking the time out to do this. I want to thank the board members again. Hard giving up a Saturday, a whole day. Rose. But you did it. So you should give yourselves an applause as well for making the sacrifice. Thank you very much. And finally, I want to thank Nora.
Oh, yeah.
Spending the day with us, and this is going to provide some direction for you and your team and your staff, as well as I want to thank the staff that came out and presented today as well. Please extend our congratulations and appreciation to them. Thank you, Ken, for being here to keep us in line. Sure we follow the agenda. And Georgette, thank you for being here. And April, we especially want to express our gratitude to you, because part of this was the vision that you had, that you shared with me a number of months ago, that you thought the board could benefit from this kind of setting outside of our regular board meetings, where sometimes we're just thrown into a situation where we got to make a quick decision. Even with the briefings, sometimes it feels like we don't have time to go into a lot of detail. But today we had an opportunity to unwind and just, look at some things from a different perspective. I think this makes us better. And it also tells us that we've got a lot of work to do. So thank you to all of you, security, everyone. Thank you. Interpreter, thank you. We're done. Motion to adjourn?
Wait.
We got one more.
Got one last. We have one last quick thing to indulge us for about 90 seconds.
Okay.
So we're consultants, we do weird things, we put you through a picture exercise one. Our favorite close, it's a one-word exercise. We end up with just one word of how you're feeling right now. You just can't say tired. We all know that. So I'll start off, we'll go around the room real quick, just one word, any word, how you're feeling except tired. I'm engaged. I love the, we don't have to go. Engage, please.
Let's go.
That's two words.
Sorry, that is.
That was a dash right there. So what?
Get ready to go. Go.
Ready.
Hopeful.
Challenge.
Oh, my God.
Onwards.
And my word left me.
You can.
No, motivated.
Motivated.
Optimistic. Inspired. Encouraged.
Strategic. Thank you for putting up with us today.
Thanks. This is great.
Don't move.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Michael Eady, seconded by Director Michelle Lee, that the meeting be adjourned. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Raquel?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes.